Okay. Good morning. How are you this morning? That's not the West Rand I know. Good morning. It's not the West Rand I know. I don't know, your approach this morning is like, you have left everything into God's hands. Good morning. That's more like it. Thank you very much. My name is Tumsane Mtungwa. I am tasked with a role of directing the program, the first part of the program for today, which is the Gauteng Provincial Legislature School Debates Competition. You are all welcomed into the Western Area Banquet Hall. I know all of you, most of you, especially the learners, you have been juggling in between your exams. Some of you are here. We understand that you had written an exam earlier in the morning, but you are still here. Tomorrow you are writing, and it's quite a cumbersome activity. But thank you for the dedication that you have shown towards this project from the time we came to the schools to do the pre-visits, as well as the dry run sessions that we had with all the schools. Also not forgetting the educators that are within our midst who have been working along you to ensure that you are ready for today. Before we kick start with the program, I will ask everyone in the room to stand up quietly. Also request the males to remove their hats so that we can sing the national anthem of our republic as well as recite the preamble of the Constitution. May we all please stand up. Ngosizileli Afrika, maliphakanyiso uphondo lwayo, izwa imithandazo yethu, Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo, morena boloka setšhaba sa Yesu, o fediswe dintswa le masweneo, o se boloke setšhaba sa Yesu, setšhaba sa South Africa, blå van onze hemel, de diepte onvanzeer, oros weggebettes van de kranse antwoord hier. Sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land. Let us remain standing. We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustice of our past, honor those who have suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. We therefore through our freely elected representatives, adopts this Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic, so as to heal the divisions of our past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. Lay the foundations for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people and every citizen is equally protected by law. Improve the quality of life of all the citizens and free the potential of each person and build a united and democratic South Africa able to take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. God bless, may God protect our people. Nkosi sikelela i-Africa. Thank you, we may be seated. Thank you very much once more. I see we have our panel of adjudicators in front of us. They are not looking very, collegial this morning. I don't know what's wrong. That's on a lighter note. Thank you very much for coming. Without any further ado, let me welcome Usis Ntombi from Ms. Ntombi Takulu from the Independent Electoral Commission that will be delivering an item on Western voting trends, registration, and voting procedure. Over to you, Ms. Man. And let us clap for him.
Morning, everyone. Sunburn. Are we getting cold? Are we okay? Okay, in the interest of time, let me just start with my presentation. Dumsani always butchers my surname. Ke Mosotho. So my name is Ntombi Zodwa Thagudi. Hi Thakuli. Ntate Ntongwa. So I hope you get it right next time. I'm working for the Independent Electoral Commission, and my duty is to ensure that young people and the community at large know what the work of the IEC is, and they need to show interest in what the IEC does. We know research has been saying other stories in terms of people losing interest in election processes or the electoral processes. However, as the IEC, it's our duty to ensure that everyone who is eligible to vote and who's registered to vote is being engaged. Even those who are not registered to vote, the citizenry of this country, it's our responsibility to engage with them. Having said that, This is the courtesy of my colleagues from Stats SA. I just said, let me show our young learners our district. We are called the West Rand District, as we are all seated here. And this is the West Rand District at Lens, Yomokhali City, Randwest City, and Merafong City. I just thought everyone needs to be exposed to this, especially young ones. Aribuaka West Rand District, these are the 3 local municipalities that we're talking about. And as the IEC, you find our offices in all of these 3 local municipalities. Moving forward, who are we as the Electoral Commission? We are an independent institution that was established by the Chapter 9 of our Constitution, and our duty is to ensure that we support the constitutional democracy that we have in our country. So we are not a political party. I know most of the time when we speak to the community members, they think we are aligned to political parties. We are not a political party. We are independent because we report to the National Assembly. And I normally say all the political parties who are registered are the friends of the IC, meaning we don't favor one political party over the others. We treat all political parties the same. Our duty is not to say to you, who do you vote for? Our duty is to say to you, you need to be responsible citizens as you are part of the citizenry of this country. And what is our mandate? Our mandate, we find it in the same chapter, which is chapter 9 of the South African Constitution, which says our mandate is to manage the elections, the national and provincial elections, as well as the local municipal elections. I just hope that young people know that we are already planning for national and provincial elections next year, 2024. Are we aware, young people? Oh, you are aware. And I know during our dry runs, we also touched base on that. So my duty is simple today. So we need to ensure there's a government. But as the IEC, we cannot manage these elections without us having the participants. I agree in each and every soccer match, there are participants. There's a referee and there are participants. Okay? So as I'm looking at you seated here, I see our participants as the Electoral Commission. So we need to ensure that those elections are free and fair. How do we ensure that the elections are free and fair? We need to create an environment that is conducive to these free and fair elections by ensuring that people are educated, or the citizenry of this country are educated in terms of their right to vote. Remember, that's the right that's enshrined in the Constitution. It was given to you by the Constitution. So we need to ensure that you understand what that right means. Remember, as much as you have a right, you also have a responsibility. And we also ensure that that environment is open to everyone to participate. When you look at our Constitution, it speaks of freedom of association, which is part of what we also speak to when we engage with communities. We are, as I said, we don't tell you to vote for, because you have freedom of association. As to who you vote for, it's not our baby, but our baby is to ensure that you participate in these elections. And the third one, we declare the results within a prescribed period. That prescribed period is 7 days. However, as the IEC, because we love our duty, we ensure that within 3 days we declare those elections. So you'll vote on Wednesday, on Friday, on Saturday, the results will be announced. That's how effective we are. So that's our constitutional mandate. These are the duties that ensure that the IEC exists. And over and above the mandate that's given to us by the Constitution, we have the legislative mandate. I'm going to skip the 3 because I've spoken to them. I'll speak of compile and maintain a register of parties. I've spoken to you to say all political parties which are registered are our friends. So it simply says we need to register those political parties and ensure that they oblige by the legislative framework. We promote voter education. What I'm doing right now is part of promoting voter education. And as we were doing dry runs and speaking to you about being responsible citizens, was also part of promoting voter education. And above this, every year, annually, in April, we do visit different schools. If we did not visit your school this year, probably we will visit your school next year. Remember, in the month of April, we call it Democracy Month in the IEC. So we visit schools, we engage learners, we do your mock elections, we talk to 3 spheres of government so that young people start engaging with these serious talks from an early age. We also promote the sound and democratic electoral processes, the knowledge of sound and democratic electoral processes, and we undertake and promote research in electoral matters. So continuously, we do research. That is why the Human Science Research Council will do research on our behalf, just to check the trends, the electoral trends, or how did we fare in terms of each and every election that we have conducted, and find out what is the feeling of the communities out there in respect of being active participants in the electoral processes. And the object of the Electoral Commission is to support constitutional democracy and to promote democratic electoral processes that I have spoken to. And where are we currently as the IEC? What are we currently doing? Remember, I said to you, we'll be conducting national and provincial elections next year. We don't have a date. I'm not going to talk about the date. We don't have a date. We'll wait for the president to proclaim that date. As the IEC, we don't proclaim that date, but the president is the one who will proclaim the election date. Okay? So we'll have to wait for the president after consulting with the Electoral Commission. However, we don't say we are waiting for the president to proclaim the date. We need to work. Beginning from last year, December, not that we did not do anything before that. Remember, the IEC, it's a permanent body. We are always there. Our offices are always open Monday to Friday. So there's a work that we need to do besides the election day or the election process. From December last year, our offices were busy doing what we call delimitation, meaning they were aligning voting stations in terms of the context of that particular time. Where there are new developments, housing developments, we go there, we re-register people so that they can appear on the correct segment of the voters' roll. When I speak of the voters' roll, I'm referring to the register of all those people who have applied to register to vote and were approved. You need to be a South African citizen, by the way, and we register you from the age of 16 years. So already that process is kicking. It's in the process. We are busy with that one. And October, November 2023, we'll be having what we call the targeted communication registrations, whereby during the delimitation process, the affected VD boundaries, voting district boundaries, will go in and will register the people who were affected by those changes so that they are registered in the correct segment of the voters' roll. And in November, the date of the 18th and 19th, this one I can communicate, it's our first registration weekend. So I said I'm talking to our clients here, young people, 16 years and above. 18 and 19 November, we'll be opening voting stations for you to go and register to vote so that you are prepared coming 2024. But I'll speak to this to say what's the easiest way to do that instead of waiting for 18 and 19 November. And also those who have moved, they still have an opportunity to go and update their address. Remember, every time you move, you need to update your address. So the 18th and 19th will be speaking to that. And in May, between May and August, we expect to have our elections. I said I don't have a date, okay? But the date will be between May and August. So we'll wait for the president to announce that. And by February, when the president proclaims the election date, it means no one can register to vote for 2024 national and provincial elections. Meaning when the president announces the election date, we close our voters' roll. Anyone who registers after the proclamation date will not be able to vote in the upcoming elections. So let's make sure that all of us who are here, we update our details on the voters' roll before this proclamation date, which will be in February. We'll be having the second registration weekend next year in February, and the date will be communicated. But for now, let's stick to this one of the 18th and 19th November. Having shared where we are as the IEC currently, let us look at the registration figures as it relates to the West Rand. I can remove West Rand. So I have taken the figures for the West Rand district, not any other areas. It is normally said there's voter apathy, and I know it's one of the topics that will be covered. I'm not going to dwell into that because I'll be taking away your points or I'll be confusing you. I'm just going to talk to the figures and you'll decide on your own. These are our figures. The Komogale seat, total number of registered voters. Hey, I don't want to mess these numbers. It's 186,876. Kechilo right, ne? Did you listen carefully? Okay, that was on a later note. Okay, when you look at this number, I'm not going to go through all these numbers, ne? I just want you to check. When you look at these numbers, the ages between 18 and 19, we only have 338 young people registered to vote. This other weight goes where? To the older generation. Do you see that? And when we go to Morafo, we have 93,778 registered voters. Look at the age of 18 and 19, 225. Then Rand West, we have 129,399 registered voters and only 210 young people. You know, last time when we were with Statistic SA, they said the population actually comprises mostly of young people, meaning the higher number in our population, more West Rand, is with the young people. But when we look at our voters' roll, it tells us a different story. Where are our young people? So it means we need to work and ensure that these young people are registered, because really these numbers are not good. And also it was said we need to talk to the voting trends. So these are the trends. We took the voter turnout of 2014 and compared it to 2019. When you look at voter turnout 2014, the number was high. Do you see that? We had 77.20% of voters who went to vote. But come 2019, the number went down. It means we have a problem. That was in Mogale City. Let's see if we will see any change. Then we go to Merafong. Merafong, 2014, we had 71. If we round it off, we'll get 72% of people who participated during elections. But 2019, the number dropped. It went to 63.89, which we can say is 64%. So these numbers are decreasing, they're not increasing, but voter participation. And our last municipality, which is the Rand West, We had 72% in 2014. Come 2019, it was also low. So it means we have a job to do. And as young people who are seated here today, we need to check what is our role. Remember, whatever happens in our communities affect us as young people. Like young people, whatever happens in your community and in the country also affects you. I can say you are the future of this country. So as the future of this country, it means you have a role to play in the processes that are happening within your communities. Okay, so as I've shown you our stats, and I said our stats doesn't look good, especially for the ages of 18 and 19. I'm speaking to these numbers or this age group because I'm speaking to the relevant people. I know we may have people who are 16 years of age, they still can register to vote. Like I said, you register to vote from the age of 16 years. You need to be a South African citizen. You need to have your identity document with you, okay? Now, I said to you, instead of waiting for the date of 18th and 19th November, we have tried to move with times. I guess what we are moving to for IR, if it's not already here. Now I believe it's already here. So as the IEC, we are also trying to move with times. Please don't ask me about e-voting. We are not yet there. But at least registration, you can register online at the comfort of your home. You have smartphones. I agree you have smartphones. And I know you always have data. You know, young people always have data, but you guys have it. So if you have your data, you have your smartphone or a laptop, anything, that you can log in and be able to view our website, you can register yourself at the comfort of your home. You just need to visit www.elections.org.za, and then it will take you to this page that we are seeing right in front of you. It says register online 24/7 as a voter. I know you are not yet registered, and I believe tomorrow when I check the figures, they will go up because you would have registered yourselves online. But as you go there, we need you to create your profile. From this window, you will see this window. You'll find this window. It will ask you to log in or create a profile, and because I know you haven't created any profile, you'll need to create a profile. They will send you a once-off PIN that you will utilize to ensure that you yourself is responsible for your own profile, okay? What you need to do before you create your profile, just take a picture of your identity document. Remember, the law says we should confirm your ID document. Do you understand? So because we will not be registering you in person, but you'll be doing it at your home, we just need you to upload the picture of your ID document, be it a smart card. And the smart card, you need the front part, not the back part. Ne? So before you create your profile, just ensure that you take a picture, not a copy of the ID. Take the picture of your ID document. So these are the examples that we have shown you to say we need to verify your ID document. Okay? After this, you just punch in your address, then it will locate you at the correct voting station. Simple, ne? Simple, ne? So I know tomorrow the voters roll will go up with numbers in the West Rand. It's simple, painless, ne? So let's do it. Young people, it's all in your hand, okay? So as I'm about to close, I'm not going to dwell deep into what you need to expect coming 2024 national and provincial elections. I'll speak to the 3 ballot papers that we have. Previously, we had only 2 ballot papers during national and provincial elections. But from next year, we'll be having 3 ballot papers. because of the new law that was signed in by our president, whereby independent candidates are allowed to contest these elections. Previously, NPE were only contested by political parties. But beginning from next year, the independent candidates will be allowed to contest these elections, okay? Hence, we'll be having only 3 ballot papers. So as we move on and engage with you, we'll clarify the number, why do we have this number and what each ballot paper stands for. And in the interest of the time, I think I'm going to leave it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sis Ntombi. May we give her a resounding round of applause. Today, I noticed that within our midst, we have been joined by something. There was something when we were reading the preamble of our constitution that spoke to elected representatives. So I noticed that as Sisintombi from IEC was still on the podium, an elected representative by the name of Ntate Mpapa Kanyane has just walked in the room, and I will now call Ntate Mpapa Kanyane up front to deliver the purpose and objective of this school readiness and voter education campaign that the Gauteng Provincial Legislature with the respective partners, IEC, COGTA, Gauteng, Stats SA, assist with. Over to you, Ntate Papa Kanyane. Can we give him a round of applause?
Good morning. Yeah, let me take up this opportunity and welcome everybody into this session. And I must really apologize for my late coming. I had some prior engagements which I could not really shift it anyway, but it is linked to where you are because I was at VETS. I'm still attending some classes, and so that's why I couldn't really shift that. I was meeting with the supervisor, so that's why I couldn't. But otherwise, I'm really intrigued that you had for the positive response, especially for this occasion. Today, it's about the debate. Now, you need really to understand that a debate is not fighting. A debate is not competing per se. You're complementing each other in terms of the ideas. Because once we put it as competing, you're going to fight among yourselves. So we are not competing at all. We are complementing each other based on the ideas. We are really expecting robust debate. And the robust debate is for you to articulate very well your ideas. And your ideas are backed up by the sources. You've made a research. So what you are really talking about is a substance. You can refer to it. And it's the truth. You're not telling us lies. Actually, the main reason why we have this debate, there are a number of issues. One, stage fright. It can be that we have you as our learners who are shy, want to beat and kill that shyness. Because the shyness, you'll never be yourself. We want you to be yourself. I think that is the main reason. We want you to be yourself. Because once you are yourself, you will speak truth to power. We want you to be very honest and say the truth. A simple example. If you are here, you are debating. We don't say you must not take notes, but you just read verbatim, A up to Z. That kills the listening because you are reading. But now, to kill the stage fright, you must focus. Horse. You know the horse? You must look at us. You must be burning because you are talking. You must burn when you are here. The horse is, you'll be breathing through your nostrils, through your nose, because you are burning. And the focus, the projection, you look at us. Once you are looking at us, you draw the attention. We look at you. We listen attentively. You learn in the process. Ne? There's always the beginning. That's why I want to start from here. We want you to be orators. You must be able to let loose your tongue and talk sense. And I know you're going to do that. That's what will be waiting here. And there's no one who has a custodian of knowledge. No, we complement each other. Everybody, whatever ideas that you express, that is fine. Don't be shy. Whatever you express, that is fine. We welcome everything. But when you are here, chest out, chin up, lips ajar, because you are talking. But we learn. Eh? You have your own attributes, but we learn. Gradually, we'll get there. And then when you talk, you must understand. Once you use hands again, it kills the posture. You must project. We'll be listening to you. But I'm happy. The stage will be yours. And when you take the stage, you take ownership. Ne? We're all yours. Once you are here, we are all yours. We are listening to you. So exploit the stage to your advantage. And I know that's what you're going to do. I don't want to say much because we've started late. We're behind schedule. And already it's lunchtime. And we've got 3-batch set of debates. So we'll try and limit our time and make sure that we listen to everybody until we get to the end. And we are sorry that others, they have been told, others were writing this morning. We don't want to disrupt your academic classes. And we'll plan accordingly because we really need you in full without this division. No knowledge in a watertight compartment. You must be open-minded and tell us who you are. There are the topics, and these are contemporary topics. Exploit them. I don't want to say much. I'll be listening. Ready to go. Are you ready? Are you shy? You are ready? Say about phone. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, for those building and encouraging words. And indeed, it is something that we have been drilling. They know. Whether we were, because within our midst we have schools within the urban setting and schools within the periphery setting. And we had said that we want to bridge that gap. We want to encourage learners who are able to articulate and be free, because what we see this as a will work for us at some day when we are called to present in front of people or attending even an interview. So thank you very much. Can we give the Deputy Chair a round of applause again? Without any further ado, noting the issue of time, I would now call upon the chairperson of the debate, Tate Soli Mohlala, who would now take over the facilitating role to be the program director of the event. But before maybe we take Tate Soli, I see Bahama Secondary, they were also in an exam, but they have just arrived. And Tate Soli Mohlala, could you please come to the front? So,
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll take this. Good afternoon. We can hit the road now. May I request that we get the introduction from the adjudicators and the timekeeper. And the adjudicator will give us the rules of the game so that we can bear in mind when the time comes at the end of the session. Over to you, ma'am. Check this one.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning. How are you? I'm all right, thanks. Those were powerful words from our presiding officer, Ntate Kanyane. But I will be touching more on technical aspects of how we judge or how we adjudicate your debates. Ne? As Ntate Mpapa indicated, nerves are normal, ne? Especially for the teams that are going to be starting. But you've worked so hard, you've come so far. This is your moment, you must seize it. Ne? All right, so in terms of the debates that you will be doing today, we mark based on 3 aspects. The first one is content. It's already been emphasized. So the research that you have done with regards to your topic, the references that you're gonna make, the examples that you're gonna use, relevant examples, the ideas coming from the different topics that you're gonna be speaking to, that's content. Ne? And then the second aspect is strategy. So strategy is very simple. We want to make sure that when you debate your stance, you start off with the introduction, then you go to the body, where the meat of your argument is, and you conclude. So there's a nice flow, it makes sense the way that you're debating your stance, right? So content and strategy account for the majority of your marks, ne? And then the last aspect is style. We all differ as people, right? I'm a very gregarious person, I'm very loud, I'm out there, but you might have someone else who's very, to themselves. However, doesn't matter what your personality is, it's about whether you're audible, we can hear you clearly,
how you enunciate or how you pronounce things clearly so we can hear you. It's got nothing to do with accent. Ne? I come from the then Model C schools. I will speak a little bit differently to majority of other people. However, it's simple as the fact that you are clear when you're speaking your planned debates. Does that make sense? All right. So content and strategy weighs the most and style weighs the least, but it is part of the rubric that we use to mark you. All right? So how we also adjudicate is that obviously we're going to start with the quarterfinals, then we'll choose the 4 that will go into the semifinals and then the finals. All right? When we mark as judges, we mark when we have school A and school B, whether you're pro or against, we mark each learner, but you're still representing your school. So you're still important as an individual, and the debate that you're going to be concentrating on in your team, however, it's a subtotal for the total of your school. Am I making sense? So when we're going to have the first, in the quarterfinals, when we're going to have the first round of schools, pro or against, you're not going against each other. You're going against all the other schools. So basically how we marked as judges, it's about the actual scores that we come out with for each school. Does that make sense? Because we've had situations where people at the end are saying, no man, I was part of the first team. How come there was no team that made it from the first set of schools? It's about the overall mark. Am I making sense? Okay. And then we will be caucusing in between as the judges to collate the rest of the marks before we announce the quarterfinalists, the semifinalists, and the finalists. All right? Now, I want to speak on an aspect here, our presiding officer. He indicated that, this is not really competition, but it's important that we have a spirit of competitiveness, right? So it's important that if your school doesn't make it, we've had situations, some schools leave when we're going to the semifinals and finals. That is not the spirit of competition. And you might find that at times, the differences between how each school scored against another, it's 1 point or 2 point away. So it should be a learning opportunity for everybody, right? So it's important that we maintain the spirit of camaraderie, right? So one last thing, enjoy your day, seize the moment. We're here to marinate with the ideas that you're going to be coming up with. We're here to bask in your glory. Thank you so much.
Your name and service.
You did not introduce yourself. You did not introduce yourself. Introduce yourself.
I was supposed to introduce myself. So my name is Dineo Nkomo, and I'm one of the researchers from the Gauteng legislature. I'll give it to the rest of the team to introduce themselves. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Lerato Mofokeng. I'm also a researcher at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, and I'm one of your adjudicators for today. So you must have fun, and we'll be listening out for you guys. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Simpiwe Ngwane. I'm one of the researchers at the Gauteng Legislature. As my colleagues have said, best of luck and do your level best.
Good morning. My name is Asanele Kwebane, also one of the researchers at the Gauteng Legislature. Thank you.
Good morning, learners. My name is Tyron Bartlett, and I am an education specialist in the PPP unit for the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Today, I will be fulfilling the role of timekeeper. So let's just quickly go through the timekeeping rules. Your first speaker will have 4 minutes. The rest of your speakers will have 3 minutes. All right? First speaker, 4 minutes. The rest of the speakers will have 3 minutes each, all right? So, when you have 1 minute left, the only thing that I'm going to be saying is 1 minute. You should not be disturbed by that. You should only use that as a reference that now I should be starting my wrapping up process of my statements. Is that clear? Then, towards the end, the only thing that I'm going to say is 15. That means now you have 15 seconds left. That means by now, you should have already been into your conclusion. Okay? So when you hear my voice, it's just a reference for you. It's not to disturb you at all. All right? I will also show you with my paper, 1 minute left. All right? Then 15 seconds. All right? So, are we comfortable with those rules? All right, let's continue, Mr. Program Director. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's bear in mind that the school that I'm going to call will need to take the seats on my left-hand side. And that school is going to be the affirming team. The school is Matla Secondary School. Can you make your way up to your right-hand side, please? And then it means that the SG Mafaisa Secondary School, you go on the right. The right is the side of my side. This side. My right, not your right. And then please submit your list. I've requested a list of the participants that will sit according to the sequence that has been on the list. The list, can I have it? Thank you. Thank you. All right. Matla Secondary School, can I have your list? And then we'll be starting like this. We will start far. You need to sit far. The first speaker must sit far. Second, come this way. Yes. Let's go that way. I will request that the learners must switch off their cell phones, and then the audience must put their cell phones on silence, and then we're not going to accept any movement at the front and at the back. So we are coming here, already the presiding officer said it. Our deputy chairperson of committees, Honorable Mpapa Kanyana, indicated that we're here for learning, and then the researchers will be taking our issues in making sure that we have a literature on the issues at hand. So we will remain quiet, silent, and then we'll stick to time. May I request that you close that gap there? Move this direction. Close, yes. Yes, thank you. The other issue is that when we debate, we are not going to clap hands. We will clap hands at the end of the session. When the team will about to leave the podium, the stage, you'll clap the hands. But at the between the gaps, if you are intrigued by what they are saying, you can only just snap your hands. That's it. It's clear. We're not going to make a lot of noise, but we will clap at the end of the session. And then the last thing that I wanted to indicate is that this project is for the first time that we are having. We are piloting. The spirit, yes, of course, it should be the competing one, but more importantly, the fact that you are here participating, you are indeed a winner. Unfortunately, we will only need two to move on because of the vehicle that we are going to use. It only carries only 2 people. So, but all of us were winners. Bear in mind, we need to break the ice. We're not going to fear. We are in democracy. There's no fear. We all have the rights. Bill of Rights are there. We don't have to fear. Since, as long you are following the Constitution as the supreme law of the country. Is that clear? So we are moving on. I'm having the list from SG, Mafaesa. I don't have the list for Matla. Where is the list for Matla? I've requested a long time ago. It should be an hour ago. I've requested list of the learners. Can educators assist us with the list of these learners? The names. That side, sorry. Thank you. Because they are proposing and they are negating. So I'm going to start with the proposing one. The topic is the first topic. Let me just mention it. Youth voter apathy is due to their disinterest in politics. You are going to be the proposing one, Matla Combined School. Bongani is you. And then Monica. Ethel. Bokang is you. And then Ethel. Lucia. Oh, Lucia. Okay. Thank you. We will start right away. Let me just confirm the second school. Mpoentle. Thank you. Annabella. Okay. Ndamulelo. Skumbuzo. Thank you. Thank you. We are about to start. Are you ready, timekeeper? Okay. Over to you, Bongani. Your time starts now. You can switch on the mic. Thank you.
All blue. Okay, sorry. All blue and all white. This is the salutation for the day. Greetings to you all. I go by the name of Bongani Piri. I am with my fellow candidates, Monica Mutumi, Lucia Ngube, and Bokang Mutsamai.
Okay, may I request that you move away from the mic because the sound is not good? Yes, move away. Sure, you can switch.
Youth voter apathy is due to their disinterest in politics. If we look now around us and we look at statistics in voting, there is a huge gap that needs to be closing. Youth people are no longer voting. Why? This is because of corruption that's increasing. Corruption is one of the things that are increasing because if we look at parliament representatives, all people in the parliament are corrupt. In order for us to educate learners or citizens who are hosting a mock elections, voting. So, youth voter apathy is due to their disinterest in politics. Why youth voter apathy is due to the interest is because of fake promises parties use in order to gain votes, and also fake promises, as I said. When elections are approaching, parties go around telling people lies that if they vote for them, they are going to give them this and that. So, yes, youth voter apathy is due to the youth's disinterest in politics. Why youth are distancing themselves from politics? It's because of these fake promises and the corruption we see around us, around the parliament. I thank you.
Thank you. Moving along.
Youth voter apathy.
Wait. We are moving along to the other school. Mpoentle. Switch on your mic.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. I'll start by introducing my speakers. Greetings, House at Large. My name is Mpoentle Nkaelang. I'm currently doing grade 9 in SG Mafaisa. I'm not here alone, I'm with my team. The second speaker of my team is Annabelle Makomoto. The third speaker is Ndamulelo Chikobi. And the fourth speaker is Kumbuzo Gaveni. But I come to defining the motion. Youth voter empathy is due to their disinterest in politics. Youth voter empathy is lack of interest among youth towards politics. And apathy, the meaning of apathy is lack of interest, atheism, or concern. The government is not giving too much attention on engaging with youth or providing platforms for youth voices. As we know, the political parties are not creating enough youth organizations that can work with political parties. And those youth organizations are not fully working with political parties. And youth is bounded by all people that are working in a parliament. As we can see, the parliament of South Africa is full of old people. As we can see now, the Minister of Electricity is an old person. There are many people out there that are experienced and educated when it comes to electricity. But they didn't choose any youth or anyone who is still young. Because as we know that youth are having fresh minds. Empty promises from politicians are one of the main influencers in making the youth become demotivated or engaged in voting, as they see no purpose to voting, knowing that those particular politicians will not deliver what they promised. The ministers and the leaders of South Africa, of the political parties, are focusing on the land. But what about the economy? What about the education, and what about the jobs? The political parties are saying that they'll give people the jobs, while that is the empty promises.
1 minute.
The unemployment rate in South Africa is very, very high. So that is the thing that is making youth of South Africa to do not vote, because they are not experiencing or benefiting anything from political parties. I thank you.
Thank you. Going forward, Matla Combine, Monica.
Youth voter apathy is due to their disinterest in politics, because nothing ever changes in our country. We still have people who are unemployed, especially in the youth section. The youth are very unemployed, and they're being offered jobs that will only cover them for a year or 6 months. Why should we vote why should we be interested in politics if only the people who are representing us are not doing what they're supposed to be doing and granting us the opportunities that they promise us every day? The unemployment rate is rising every single day, and it is about 51% in our country. But we're having the government representatives that are busy promising people jobs, and they are not doing it. The youth are very uninterested in politics because they think that it is basically for old people and not for people their size. They only think that people believe in politics because they understand that the old people believe in politics because they understand the strive, and they're the ones who worked for equality. So they don't show any interest in politics. There are a lot of things that are happening in our country that the government isn't interacting to us about, but they promise to communicate with us, they promise to let us in, they promise to let us know. So why should we be interested in something that we don't even know, and when we don't even know what is happening around us at large? Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go to SG Mafaisa, Annabelle? Switch on your mic.
Greetings to the House at large. I will be second speaking against the motion of today that says youth voter empathy is due to the disinterest in politics. The government is not giving too much attention on engaging with the youth of providing platforms for the youth voices. If we look at ANC, African National Congress Youth League, we have not been hearing about it in most cases. We only hear about ANC. And then we should also look, the government is failing to include the youth in decision making. Empty promises from politicians are one of the main influences in making the youth become demotivated, unengaged in voting as they see no purpose to voting. Looking at the unemployment rate of South Africa, it's high. So the youth of today believe that the more they vote, the more people in parliament get higher positions in leadership. And the youth of today also wants a position in parliament. But then, looking at the unemployment rate of South Africa, it demotivates them. The more we vote for people in parliament, it's the more they get to put food on their families' tables, and the youth of today is struggling, although they have experience in work, but then the unemployment rate of South Africa is actually making them not interested in politics. So if we look at the rate of youth that vote in South Africa, Mogale City, it's only 338 people from the youth that actually vote. And then if we look at Mefarang City, it's only 225 people. And then Red West, it's 210. But then me and the team believe that the reason why most youth don't vote, it's because they are exposed to many things, just like social media, that actually gives them pleasure in most cases. And we also have, that's why in our provinces, we have high rates of gangsterism, substance abuse, and etc., etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucian Mobe, can put it closer to you. Push it closer. Pull it. Yes.
The cloud.
It's far away. Yes. Push it. Yes. Thank you.
The clouds are gray and the stars are brown. If you caught that one, it means that you're paying attention. I urge you to give me your undivided attention. Corruption goes as way back as the 1652.
Thank you. Can start over.
Okay. The clouds are pink and the stars are blue. If you caught that one, it means you're listening, and I urge you to give me your undivided attention. As far as I know, corruption goes as way back as the 1652. This shows that this has been happening and has been an issue in South Africa way long back. In South Africa, what me and my fellow learners have also identified is that corruption in South Africa has been throughout history. It is easy in South Africa to recognize problems, such as unemployment rates, issues in security, and fake money laundering. In South Africa, it is easy to identify many problems, but it's harder to even find a solution. We may know a problem, but know at least 2 to none of solutions. The youth end up showing a negative attitude towards this because as young people, we are aware of our surroundings and we know what is right, and we end up learning from our mistakes. We have been in the end or in between two lines have become spellbound due to the government and all their doings.
1 minute.
throughout all their doings. And through all of this, we have found an issue in that the government at large, at itself, and we are lacking a number of representable in our age group. So me and my fellow learners have also devised a solution for this. We should have a government to work by the people and with the people and for the people. We thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Ndamulelo.
Greetings to the House at large. Now I shall start by supporting my first speaker. My first speaker mentioned that the government is not giving too much attention on engaging with the youth. Now this meaning that the government is not forming enough campaigns in order to educate the youth about voting. The youth needs to have a say. We live in a democracy, so we need to give the youth a chance in order to give out their ideas and what they have to say. So the government is not giving too much attention on our youth. My first speaker also mentioned that voter empathy is not due to their interest in politics. It's because of the current politicians that we have now and false promises. Since when has our politicians have been promised in order to fix our country, to fix the crime rate, to fix every single problem that we have in South Africa? They've been making false promises for a long time. Now that leads to discouraging our youth from voting, because our youth are saying, what is the point of voting if our political parties are busy making false promises? Now that no longer is a point for voting. Now to my second speaker. My second speaker mentioned that the youth is not interested in voting because of them not giving a chance in decision making. I shall make an example with the ANC. The ANC has a youth council, but how many ideas has the ANC taken from the youth council? It has not, meaning that the youth is not giving a chance to speak. Now the youth council was made so that they can speak and share their ideas, but they are not given an opportunity or a platform in order to make their ideas through. Now my second speaker also said that, mentioned statistics. In the state of Mkhale City, people aged 18 to 19, only 338 voted. Now that is a problem, because if we're people under the age of in the age of 18 and 19, and only 338 of them voted, which means that the youth is no longer interested in politics, and we cannot say is due to their disinterest in politics. It's because of the current politicians that we have and their failure to do what they are supposed to do. And people aged 30 to 39, 45,641 of them have voted, which means that we know that we are living in a democracy where youth are not given a chance to speak. And an average of 15% of youth, there are an average of 15% of youth voters in South Africa. That is a problem that needs to be addressed. So I shall sum it up by saying that youth voter empathy is not due to their disinterest in politics, but it is due with the promises of the false promises of politicians and the failure of government. I thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Bokang.
Good day, my people. My name is Bokang Mutsamai, and I welcome you. Also, not to forget my honorable members, educators, and lastly learners. I hope you had a good day. Well, to find out the reason why voter apathy is due to disinterest in politics, we need to go way back. We need to have a flashback over to the past. Since 1652, South Africa was a white-dominated country, and black people's rights were demolished. For centuries, till 1994, children were killed, politicians were assassinated, and our rights were outcasted. Now, that made it a reason why we needed to vote for our freedom. Now, fast forward after 1994, cases of corruption were rising. There was a lack of service delivery in our country, and mostly, we didn't have a president under the age of 35. Another example of this is that assistant teachers, they earn 3,500 rand a month. How is that a reasonable amount to give to a person? Because each year, or should I say each day, prices are rising. things are getting really expensive. Petrol rates are rising. Actually, inflation rates are rising. So, to do another example, I wouldn't vote for a person who wouldn't do the things they promised, who wouldn't keep their promises, who wouldn't keep people's things met. Now, to conclude this, I would like to ask from the government to keep their promises, because there are rising parties that have the different ideas from the ANC.
1 minute.
And to conclude it again, just keep your promises. Do it for the people. I thank you.
Thank you, Vokamos Evokang. We'll go to Skumbuzo.
Greetings to the house at large. I go by the name of Skumbuza Gavene. As I shall not go further into introductions, I shall come to my points. The first speaker from proposition side said that actually didn't define the motion, as she was unable to tell us what the motion was about or to make us understand on whatever we are talking about today. Coming to the next point. The first speaker from side proposition side said that the youth is lacking interest in voting, reason because the government is full of corruption. I guess me and my side as the opposition side were saying that as the youth, they are saying that our government is full of corruption or is mostly corrupt. Why as the youth shouldn't they take action or do something about that corruption that is happening in our country? Because according to me and my side, which is the opposition side, we are saying that if the youth were able to form their own political parties, they will be able to do what? To come up with new ideas and new strategies in order to solve inappropriate things that are happening in our country, because they still have fresher minds and they have more advanced strategies in order to solve issues. So that is the strategy in which me and my side, which is the opposition side, proposing that if the youth was to take action by forming either an organizations or political parties to overthrow their ruling political parties which are corrupt or not serving as they shall do or to serve our country. Coming to my next point. The first speaker also said that this is due because political parties are full of empty promises. As I shall also emphasize my previous point. If they see that nothing is happening or there's no change in our political parties or the political parties that are having are not serving the country in a good manner, why isn't it that the youth must try to make sure that their voices are heard to the government and try to come up with strategies and ideas in order for them to solve such issues which are happening in our country, as I've emphasized before, by maybe developing their own organizations or their own political parties in order to solve or serve the country.
1 minute.
Coming to my next point. The second speaker talked about the youth thinks that political parties are only for old people, which makes them to lack interest for politics. Okay, I'd like to emphasize something. As we all know that parents are examples to their children, so which means that if parents are interested in politics or in politicians, which means the youth must also be interested in politics, which they are interested in politics. As my speakers have already said, that the reason why they are lacking interest in politics is because they do have interest in politics. The reason is that the government is not engaging with the youth of today in order to involve them in politics. As I shall also come to my next point. The third speaker and the fourth speaker were talking about corruption, which goes way, way back. But what I can say is that now we are talking about the generation in which we are now, or the year in which we are, which is the 21st century.
Time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You may stand up and bow before the adjudicator. You may stand up and bow and leave. Thank you. Thank you. Round of applause, please. Getting along, let's welcome Letsatsing Combined School to come on my right hand seat. And then let's welcome Renfontaine High to come on the stage. May I request that we sit according to the sequence of the list and then pull your mic towards you so that you can be audible. We don't want to interrupt you while you're speaking. So today we are going to listen. You are going to educate us with your knowledge. Renfontaine High, Leano, is you? Okay. Witsepo, Tiamo, Ogutle. Okay. Neto. Ngumalo. Mpahlele. Mgidlana. Thank you. Okay, we'll start with Neto. Are we ready? Are you okay? Okay, you can switch on your mic. Your time begins now. Over to you.
Perfect moments can be had but not preserved except in memory. Operon France said, I quote, "You've got to follow your passion, you've got to figure out what is it you want, who you really are, and have the courage to do that." I believe that the only courage anybody ever needs is the courage to follow your own dreams. Quote closed. With these words, I greet the esteemed judges, honorable opponents, and faculty members. My name is Kamvanqeto, and I am delighted to have this opportunity of sharing my views with you. I would like to offer my appreciation for your interest in this debate. I would like to introduce my teammates, Fisokuhle Nxumalo, Lihlohonolo Mphahlele, and Asanda Mgidlana. First of all, I want to introduce what is a coalition government.
Sorry, voter education. Youth voter apathy. We continue with the same topic that the other schools were debating on. Yes. You will start again. Timekeeper. We'll start again. Let's just give them. You can start.
Perfect moments can be had but not preserved except in memory. A man of words and not deeds is like a guardian full of wits. Operon France said, I quote, "You've got to follow your passion. You've got to figure out what is it you want, who you really are, and have the courage to do that." I believe that the only courage anybody ever needs is the courage to follow your own dreams. Quote closed. With these words, I greet the esteemed judges, honorable opponents, and faculty members. My name is Kamvanqeto, and I am delighted to have this opportunity of sharing my views with you. I would like to offer my appreciation for your interest in this debate. I would like to introduce my teammates, Fisokuhle Nxumalo, Lihlohonolo Mphahlele, and Asanda Mgidlana. First of all, I want to introduce what is youth voter apathy. Youth voter apathy is a lack of interest or voters in election representative democracies. Youth, they don't have interest in voting. What may be the reason of that? There are a lot of things that people are focusing on at the moment. The main thing is being unemployment, success, and leisure. It goes without saying that politics is not an interesting topic of discussion. Henceforth, the youth don't even bother to go in the voting stations. Still, other people choose not to vote because news and politics is not of interest to them. I quote, "Some people find politics conflictually difficult to understand or other preoccupied with other aspects of their lives." Quote closed. Youth have no interest in politics. They say that there are a lot of things that they can care more or less about. Music, baseball, abstract art, and so on. The collective willingness to participate in democracy is on same level, an act of selfness. Van Pavel once said, I quote, "There is some evidence that people vote for altruistic reason, so it's not a stretch to argue that a failure to vote is callous, assuming that person has easy access to voting and not suffering to vote suppression." Quote
1 minute.
closed. Voting is the expression of our commitment to ourselves, one another, this country, and this world. Somewhere inside of all of us, and in the power to change the world. Too many people fought too hard to make sure all citizens of all colors, races, and ethnicities, of all genders and abilities can vote, to think that voting somehow sends a message. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Liano.
As members,
Pull it to yourself. Pull there. Yes.
okay, in 3, 2, 1, I will commence. As members of the youth, it is important to have a voice. Every single day of our lives, we encounter situations or we encounter social issues such as unemployment, such as crime, such as education within our youth. So it's important to have a voice to be able to represent and to address those certain issues that we encounter. My name is Leanna Sedre, the first speaker of Side Opposition, and I will be giving you the overview of the topic. The second speaker is Bitepo, the third speaker is Tiamo, and the fourth speaker is Okutle. Now, I have 7 things that I want to go through with you, or 7 points of context, right? So the first thing is that what is youth voters' apathy? So youth voters' apathy is when there is a lack in the members of the youth due to certain factors, or there are like so many factors that contribute to like members of the youth not being interested in whatever happens within voting. The second thing is just basically the actor analysis, right? So we have the youth as the most vulnerable actor. So there are 2 types of actors under the youth. So we firstly have the minority that are interested in voting, and secondly, we have the majority that are not interested or concerned at all with voting. So the third thing that we tell you is that what is the main issues regarding the youth? So the main issues here, or regarding the topic that we have, is that the youth are disinterested, which leads to them not voting, right? So we have Memzoto basically gave us a portrayal, or just basically displayed statistics that serve evidence of like the registration that happens within the youth. So you can clearly see that the main issue here is that so many members of the youth, they're not necessarily participating in like voting. You get that so many like older groups are the ones that participate, and we have like the lack of youth members participating. So this is the main concern that we have. So the second thing is that what is the importance of the youth voting, right? So we tell you that it is important because they are a part of the population. One thing that I want to make clear, ladies and gentlemen, is that the decisions that, the decisions that are made in the country, they have like an effect on the youth. So this is the reason why it's important that as the youth, we just basically have a voice so that we can raise the concerns that exist within society, so that the decisions in which the older groups they make, they don't necessarily have a negative impact on us. It's important to create that kind of voice so that we can give them the point of view in which we have, or we can give them our perspective on how we view things in society. The fifth thing, the number 5, what we tell you is that what does political disinterest look like? So it basically looks like the youth not finding anything that deals with politics interesting or concerning. So anything that centers around politics, they don't necessarily find it interesting to them, right? Another thing that we tell you is that what leads to political disinterest among the youth. We need to look at factors such as number 1, communication, number 2, the lack of political literacy, and number 3, how politics is portrayed towards them. So in terms of the communication platforms, right? So the way in which politics is communicated in the youth, to the youth does not align with the way in which the youth communicates as a whole. So if you can basically communicate politics in platforms such as social media, where we basically have so many members of the youth present there, then we're able to attract more members of the youth, right? The second thing that we tell is the lack of political literacy. So basically the youth, they lack education regarding politics. So they don't necessarily understand what happens in politics. So if we can give them this kind of education, they will be able to see what really happens within politics, right? The third thing is that how politics is portrayed towards them. So if maybe they have a negative view of politics, they will basically have a negative portrayal, right? So now in terms of burdens, right? So on our side, we tell you that youth voters' apathy is the biggest reasons, or for proposition, they have to tell us.
Time, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move to Numalo.
There are a lot of things that young people are focusing on at the moment. The main things being employment, success, and leisure. So it goes without saying that politics is not an interesting factor, is not an interesting topic of discussion. Henceforth, the youth do not even bother showing up at polling stations. Some youth are putting that belief into action through various forms of civic and political engagement. And more say they might do so if given the opportunity. But too many young people, often those from historically marginalized groups, continue to say they do not feel well informed or qualified enough to participate in political life. Many youth are also concerned about the country's values and distrustful of major institutions. Nearly 62% of young people express concern about the values of the people. How can the youth be interested in politics when there are empty promises being made? False hopes of a better South Africa have been raised, and yet to this day we have seen no change. How can the youth be interested in voting when empty promises date back to 2009? Like, for example, the job creation promise, State of Address 2009, Job Creation Promise, State of Address 2010, Job Creation Promise, State of Address 2011. This is enough proof that most of the promises that the government make are often empty. Political parties and civil action groups say that SONA 2023 is unlikely to inspire much hope, noting that previous addresses from the president over the last 6 years have been filled with empty promises and little to show for it. The speech typically features a laundry list of boxes to tick, including promises to address crime and violence and energy crisis, inequality, and providing a better life for all.
1 minute.
The South African government wrote the white paper on energy in 1998. The number 1 objective was government will promote access to affordable energy service for disadvantaged households, small businesses, small farms, and community services. The achievement of this objective is fundamental to government's reconstruction and development program and to the future socio-economic development of our country. The white paper was meant to be a blueprint for all energy, but more than 20 years, this promise of affordable energy for everyone has not been
delivered. The ANC said it would build more houses and eradicate informal settlements, but the
15.
housing backlog stands at 21 million. In 2004, the ANC slogan was a people's contract to create work and fight poverty. Yet there are still more than 41 million unemployed people in South Africa still living under the
Time,
poverty
thank you.
line. Thank you.
Thank you. Puitsapo.
Audible. I'll begin my speech in 3, 2, 1, go. It is important to note while side proposition gave us a series of statistics and analysis, that they didn't really prove a link within their argumentation in and of itself. We think that given that the ANC is a corrupt government in the first place, what the youth want to do within the government status, within the current government status in of itself, is that they want to vote because they see that there are many disruptions within the country in and of itself. We think that proposition has to prove a link between how youth doesn't vote and the current government systems that we have. One thing that we tell you is that the reason why we have like student-led protests, such as the roads must fall, where we're driven by the desire for the youth to actually be included within the political systems in and of itself. What am I proving as the second speaker of proposition? Two things. One, why would youth voter apathy is only due to the structural barriers. But secondly, I'll be proving to you why this is something that is actually according to the lack of education that those individuals receive. Firstly, on why it is due to the structural barriers. It is important to understand that the youth voter registration challenges within the South African context in and of itself. This is due to the lack of polling stations that we have as individuals to make the youth vote in the first place. It is important to note this kind of factors when we're having this debate. But secondly, the structural barriers hinder the youth engagement with politics as in addressing these challenges, and this is likely going to be increasing their lack of. This is likely going to be contributing to their lack of participation in the youth vote in the youth voting process in and of itself. This also is proven by like the IEC actually recognizing that we need for more polling stations for the youth voters to actually be engaging with politics in the first place.
1 minute.
Secondly, on why it is due to the lack of education, not what proposition has been giving us in this debate. It is important to understand two things. Number one, that people do not understand the impact of their votes within the South African context, specifically, especially given the corruption scandals that we have with current governments, such as the ANC. But secondly, they have limited access and information about the political parties that we have within the institution in and of itself. We tell you that only 16% of the youth were recognized to be knowing, to being able to identify the government branches. That is 16%. This is now something that is of very huge concern towards the South African government in and of itself.
15.
But secondly, we tell you that the SAE survey conducted a research in 2021 that found that only 41% of the respondents actually lacked basic education in the political system. You should be supporting.
Time, thank you.
Thank you. Mpahlele.
First, I would like to let you all know what is youth voter apathy. In political science, youth voter apathy is known as the lack of interest is known as a lack of interest or concern among voters in elections. There are a lot of things that the youth is focusing at the moment. Those things, they are being employed and getting successful in life. Because of those things, the youth lack knowledge. Because of those things, the youth doesn't get a chance to have knowledge about the politics. So they end up thinking that they don't have enough information for them to be able to vote, which means that they will be disinterested in politics. It goes without saying that politics is a boring topic of discussion. So they don't even bother to go to the voting stations. They feel it won't make a difference or it won't change anything because of the history that the politics has been giving us. If you check, the ANC promised to put more police officers on the street to protect our citizens, but then that promise haven't been fulfilled until now. This is why the youth, they lack interest in this politics because of the untrustful promises that the youth is giving us, that the politics are giving us. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiamo.
Am I audible enough? Okay. I'm starting in 3, 2, 1. Proposition has done a few strategic flaws within their case. The first thing that they have done wrong is that they try to paint this false dichotomy where for some reason you are either interested in only politics or something else. I'm sorry, but that's false. The true portrayal of the world is the fact that you can be interested in multiple things. You can still be interested in leisure, you can still be interested in sports and whatsoever while being interested in the political state of your country. And so you will continue to vote. But 2, they did not necessarily prove the burdens on their side. What were they burdened to do? What they were burdened to do was to prove that that youth voter apathy is particularly due to political disinterest, that it's simply too boring for the youth to care about. That's not true. Instead, what they do show us is multiple reasons why there would be anything, why youth voter apathy is caused by anything other than politics simply being boring to them. So, what does this look like? They've told us that, firstly, that the youth are not educated enough to engage within the political spectrum, especially with marginalized communities where people didn't necessarily know the levels of government. And we tell you that it's true. In fact, we even gave it to you within our first speech where we told you that that's one of the reasons that these people are not voting. It's not because politics are boring. They simply do not understand the political system enough to engage with it. But 2, they also give us this argument where they tell us that government is not fulfilling its duties, which creates some sort of lack of faith within the youth. True, the youth aren't voting because they do not believe that their votes will change anything within the political spectrum. But that doesn't mean they're disinterested in politics. Clearly they're paying attention, and clearly they understand that in a world where government is failing to fulfill its burden, is failing to take care of you, they won't necessarily, that your vote wouldn't be doing enough for that, hence they aren't voting.
1 minute.
They haven't worked whatsoever towards proving that the youth are simply not interested enough in politics to not vote. Instead, they've just galvanized our case multiple times over by giving us the same arguments, and not only that, but they've lacked the ability to mechanize it in a way that shows that it contributes to their case. For these reasons, we as opposition win this debate.
Thank you. Can we go to Mkizano?
How can the youth be interested in voting while the government still keeps on making promises that they later fail to keep? Speaker 1 mentioned that we are the part of the population. Yes, we are the part of the population, but do what we want matters to the government? No, the government keeps on promising us things that still are not fulfilled today. The government had promised to build people houses in 2020 during the COVID pandemic, and there was money issued for that. But till this day, people are still lacking houses. What happened to that money? And then Speaker 2 mentioned polling station. Polling stations cannot be the reasons why the youth do not vote. That point itself is another topic. What is the use of having the polling station while the youth is not interested to vote? The reason being that the government is not interested in what the youth want, in what the youth deserve. There are many youth graduates that were promised jobs, but their certificates are still gathering dust in their homes. The communities that the very same youth live in are not safe. Instead of the government to hire more safety guards, they hire more people to sit in offices. How is that going to help the very same youth that they need to vote? The other thing is that, The other thing is that political parties are not what they claim to be, and it's all about self-interest. And there is much corruption in the political parties. Once a person is voted into power, they change and forget the promise they made prior the election. The person only look out for their interest and that of their families. When the youth is deprived what they are promised, obviously we will lack interest because obviously we will lack interest because we are the future of this country and our needs must be put first. Because if there is no youth, then there is no future of this country. If the government keeps on failing us, how do they expect us to be interested in voting? Of course, we're not going to be interested in voting because of what the government do to us. The youth voter party is not due to our disinterest, but it's due to the way the government behaves towards us and the way the government treats our needs and wants. The government is too much about money, not the needs, the wants, and the future of the youth. So the things that the government do and promise to us are the things that lead us to not to be interested in voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okutle.
Okay. I'll start in 3, 2, 1. Note that side proposition simply comes here and tries to change their stance in their last speech. Essentially what they've been running from the first 3 speeches is to tell us that the reason why individuals are not voting is due to the fact that they want to have fun and they need jobs. But lastly, they come and try to tell us that government isn't doing their job. Note that they're contradicting their own line because the first few reasons why they tell us that people are not voting is not directly linked to government's obligation, but in their last speech, they tried to make it government's obligation. Note that throughout this debate, we all recognize the importance of voting. However, it just depends on which side shows you why this disinterest exists, and the majority of their case has been based on leisure and just people needing jobs. Another thing, note that disinterest is essentially just a scapegoat. Why? Because you fail to recognize what actually discouraged individuals to vote. Because essentially the term disinterest means that you are aware of something, you just don't want to do it. So it means that even the youth that need jobs know that they're aware, know that they're able to vote, it's just that they don't necessarily want to vote. That is the case that they have to sort of protect. But that is not strategic, noting that voting is a tool for you to get what you want. If you don't have a job, you need to vote in order to get that sort of political party that will help you get a job. Their case just does not make sense. But secondly, we note that we gave you multiple reasons as to why necessarily these individuals do not vote. And these are because of structural reasons that are linked to government not fulfilling its obligation. Firstly, we showed you how there is a lack of education, but moreover, lack of sort of like polling like in infrastructure and stuff like that, and also how it's not necessarily strategically campaigned to the youth. Because note that in a state where you face different issues, where issues impact you differently depending on your age group, it's important to sort of communicate the importance of voting differently when it comes to the youth. And government's failure to do that means that then the youth does not necessarily find or like see, the majority of the youth does not necessarily see the importance in that. But moreover, we think that logically, when they come here and try to tell us that individuals need jobs so they cannot vote, but understand that voting is literally just one day and you have 4 other years to literally look for a job. But secondly, but thirdly, no one should be compromising any form of political activity just for the sake of having fun, because at a point at which your political infrastructure is failing, you cannot have no more fun. So on that level, note that their case is failing on a strategic level, but moreover, we show you that we win today's debate by practically showing you why disinterest actually exists, but moreover, we're showing you like specific reasons as to why this sort of disinterest exists, but moreover, more justifiable approach in dealing with the individual that needs to be held most accountable, and that is government for the lack of service delivery and failing.
Time. Thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause. You may rise and bow and leave the stage. Thank you. You can bow. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, can I request the following schools to come forward? Carlton Jones Secondary School, May I request your list and come sit on the right-hand side. Carlton Jones. May I request Ituteng Secondary School? Thank you. You are going to this side.
We are, what side are we?
Carlton, you are proposing.
You are proposing. So
Yes.
we are the grey side. So if we are the grey side, that means that. So you come with this.
Thank you. May I request the Ituteng? Ituteng? May I request your list again? Are we in order of presentation? Okay. The topic is still youth voter apathy is due to their disinterest in politics. Let me check whether we are ready. Dipile, Roy, Tiamo, Amogelang, Neo, Mpo, Cherufacho. Thank you. We may begin, adjudicators. Are you ready? Okay, timekeeper. Over to you, Ndipile.
Greetings to the House at large. I am Indipile Endinako, first speaker of Team Proposition, and this House believes that youth voter apathy is due to their disinterest in politics. I have a simple question for everyone today. If you were playing a game with someone and that person continued cheating, wouldn't you eventually start playing with them? This is a great starting point for our debate, but before we even go into this debate, we must first comprehend what's happening inside and outside this debate so that no one is left behind and everyone is on track throughout this whole debate. In order for us to comprehend this motion, we must dissect it so that we understand each and every key word in this motion. This motion talks about the youth, a voter, apathy, and the disinterest in politics. Let's start with the youth. Well, what we would define the youth as, it is the time in life when one is between the periods of childhood and maturity. And according to the South African Youth Policy and Commissions Act Draft 1 and 2, you are considered a part of the youth from the ages of 14 and 35 years old. And then we talk about a voter. Who is a voter? Well, it is the person who has the legal right to vote at an election. What is to vote? To vote is to express or signify will in a matter. And why we do it seeking to influence the decision-making process of our country. And then we talk about apathy. When we talk about apathy, we're just talking about the lack of enthusiasm or courage or just not being interested in general to do anything in regards to something or just not having the energy just to do the basic necessities of the day. And then we talk about politics. Politics is the decision-making process for people living in a group. When we talk about a group, we're going to be specific in this debate. We're not talking about just any group, we're talking about a country. And that country we are talking about is our own country, South Africa. We as Team Proposition burden ourselves to prove that youth voter apathy is due to their disinterest in politics. I, as leader of Team Proposition, will show you why we believe so. My second speaker will elaborate further on the following points: lack of faith, media, and poverty. My third speaker will summarize our side of the debate, and my fourth speaker will rebut and reinforce our side of the debate. We, as the South African youth, feel isolated from formal politics. We are highly critical of politicians who fail to interact on a meaningful and relevant level with the youth. We come to you representing ourselves on Twitter. We are active in social media in terms of politics and anything regarding politics in general. We have little to no trust to any politicians at this point, or political parties, because you come every time when it is time for you to be elected, you come with an empty promise, but when it is time for you to act, you do not act. This leaves us wondering, what exactly are you doing for us? We are aware that voting is of the essence, and our current political leaders, and it is a democratic privilege. But we don't see how this system works in our favor as the youth. How these political parties are attending to our immediate challenges. We have cried about unemployment and lack of access to free quality education. I repeat, quality education, not any form of education for that matter, which are pressing issues. Instead, they seem to be silencing the youth. They don't want the youth to function optimally, hence the denial of free quality education and ever-increasing unemployment rates. So I ask you again, wouldn't you eventually stop playing with them? Thank you very much. I'll hand over to the next team.
Gomnandi Gubala. Let's move on. We are going over to now.
Greetings to you all, capacity at large. I am Neo Mufokeng. I'm along with my fellow teammates. We are from Ituden Secondary High School, right through the rural areas of Randfontein. Voter apathy refers to lack of interest in participating in election by certain groups of voters. I think young people should not be involved in politics due to the reason that they lack knowledge in this space. The youth no longer want to know about the history of our country. They feel like it has nothing to do with our future. It should just be buried in the past. The government does not assist the youth with anything. Dominating industry is the entertainment industry and not the political industry. Many young people prefer to be artists, musicians, actors, and be involved in entertainment instead of politics because the only dominating group in the parliament is elderly and not youth. Corruption is the most leading factor in politics. When there are funds released to help with certain problems in our communities, they are misused to do non-related personal and personal needs. With that being said, youth won't make any difference. They will be influenced and also practice corruption. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, moving to Carlton Jones. Roy.
All that stands between youth and voting is a ballot. Wrong. Greetings to the House at large. I am Roy Nisi, second speaker for Team Proposition. A look at the 2019 general election indicates that the youth are apathetic to voting. This is seen in the youth voter turnout. This House firmly believes that this is caused by a severe case of political apathy. Political apathy, as stated by my first speaker, is the disinterest in politics and the governance of a country. What causes this political apathy? Well, it may seem like an easy question to answer, but it's not. But today, we will try. Media. There is an undeniable connection between media and political apathy. Every so often, the top media houses of South Africa masquerade and air out the country's dirty political laundry on their front pages. This is done in the interest of the public and transparency, but it makes the public view media as it makes the public view politics as inherently dirty and makes them want to have nothing to do with it. An example of this is the long-running political scandal that involved the former President Jacob Zuma, the Nkandla scandal. This scandal accused the former president of misappropriating taxpayers' funds in order to use for his own personal use. It left the youth and everyone else who had an interest in politics not wanting anything to do with it. Secondly, poverty. A major driving force behind political apathy is poverty. Let me explain. A poor man has no time to socialize or criticize the government. And in South Africa, where according to statistics, South Africa, 62% of the youth, do you hear me? 62% of people like you and me are unemployed. Poverty thrives. A poor man's instinct is to quell their hunger and that of their families. And a poor man who is quelling the hunger of their family and that of their own has no time to socialize and to form an opinion on the current political atmosphere. And a man without an opinion on the current political atmosphere is a man that cannot vote. Secondly, lack of faith. On the 16th of June 1972, the youth of the previous generation stood up and rose to protest Afrikaans as a medium of instruction, and this morphed into a political movement, an uprising against the apartheid regime, because they believed that their voices would make a difference.
Thank you very much. We'll go to, there is a bit of noise, so I don't know what's happening with the chair there. Can we sit properly? Okay, thank you. Over to Mpo.
Good day, everyone. As speaker number 1 have introduced me, I am Mpho Mabelani. Youth voter apathy is due to their disinterest in politics. I'm not for the motion. There are several reasons why youth don't vote. Young South Africans feel there's a lack of accountability by political parties and politicians. They think that their vote cannot influence how political parties and politicians exercise public powers and make decisions in a public interest. Distrust in electoral and political processes because of corruption in government structures. Trust in electoral and political process is a very important part when getting citizens to the polls. Growing negative perception regarding the lack of service delivery. The government's failure to deliver convenient things like electricity and water, quality education, access to youth-friendly healthcare service make it difficult for them to vote because it feels like it won't make a difference. Continued high youth unemployment lead to further youth dissatisfaction with formal political and economical processes. According to the statistics South Africa, youth in South Africa continue to be disadvantaged in the labor market with an unemployment rate higher than the national average. For the first quarter of 2022, the unemployment rate was 63.9% for those aged 15 to 24 and 42.1% for those aged 25 to 34 years, while the current official national rate stands at 34.5%.
1 minute.
Young people are not effectively represented on candidate lists. They don't know how the government works and how their vote matters. There are several problems with voting in SA. One is that there are not enough polling stations for all the voters, so many people have to stand in queues in extreme temperatures for hours just waiting to cast their views. I thank you.
Thank you. Let's go over to Tiamo.
Checking. Good morning to everyone who took their time to come here. I'm thankful for the opportunity, and my name is Tiamo Botloko. My second speaker mentioned a very critical and profound aspect that we should take into consideration, the media. So we must first define what is the media. The media is defined as the means of mass communication as, for example, broadcasting, publishing, and the internet those are regarded as collective medias. Medias is usually considered as social platforms like WhatsApp, Facebook, and internet. So what did he mean when he said the media also contributes to the dislike, the distrust in politics? For example, a good example of the impact of media is the Phala Phala scandal. The Phala Phala scandal is the scandal of our current President Cyril Ramaphosa. So what happened is that allegedly, from the media, the information that we got from the media is that 2 years ago, $4 billion was stolen from his farm. This gave the citizens, upon the deliverance of this news to the citizens, false and over-opinionated facts were confused by the members of society. Because of this uncertainty, the youth feels reluctant to being active and participating in political evidence. The youth is always being fed incorrect information. This information is always blown out of proportion. The youth is also being fed information that is incorrect, that will lead people to thinking that political leaders are irrelevant and injustice. This paints a picture of the political leaders as dirty and dishonest leaders, causing young members of society to have a distrust in the political system. I further sum up my team's presentation. The first speaker mentioned the negative impact of media, and the second one further concluded the lack of faith. So what does this lack of faith mean? This means that the youth of South Africa has lost trust in the same leaders due to unfulfilled promises and the lack to deliver basic services. I firmly agree with my first and second person's presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's go to Tserofatso.
Good morning, everyone. As my first speaker introduced me, I am Tserofatso Mahuma, and I am against the motion. As the opposing team said, the youth lack of knowledge. And yes, obviously, we all lack knowledge of how politics work. And without knowledge, you cannot do anything. How do you expect someone to cook a meal when you didn't teach them how to prepare that meal? The government fails to deliver social services like water, electricity. There's load shedding in our country, and yet people ask ourselves how we do not vote. How do you expect us as the youth to vote when there is no change in the country? There is no change in the country, and we cannot vote where there is no change or development going on in the country. We as the youth, we only do what the government tells us to do, and that is why the youth does not vote. We do not feel as our votes are important or they do much change to the government. The government only cares for themselves. The government, there's greed in the politics. Funds, they are released to build houses, to provide food for small communities or areas, but yet we don't see those funds working. There are potholes in roads. We lack water and all the social services that we need all the social services that a person needs to survive. We all need those social services. As a person, you have needs and wants, and the government promised to deliver those needs and wants, but yet they do not deliver them. And yet you ask me how I do not vote. I will not vote for my personal, if you will allow me to say, I will not vote because there's not much development in the country. There's no development, there's no change. The country is not going anywhere. The other countries will forever see South Africa as a non-developing country because of the corruption in the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Tserofatso. We'll go to Amukhelang. Over to you, sir.
Greetings to the House at large. Now, I would usually start with a quote or a poem of some sort, but that is not what we're going to do today. Because we are here for a very serious matter that is affecting our country and is affecting all our voters, and in fact, is affecting how our country makes decisions today. So, the first speaker of opposition said that funds are misused. right? They have spoken about corruption in the government. But the question is, who is corrupt in the government? You have failed to prove or even give an example of one person that is corrupt in the government, and therefore you cannot state that anyone is corrupt. The South African law states that a person is innocent until proven guilty. That should apply here and everywhere else. Who is corrupt? You have failed. So the opposition has given us no proof, only an unsubstantiated notion that could be false and should be considered false, in fact. Now, the second point was that youth is not educated about politics and how their vote matters, right? But looking at our speech, my first speaker said, and I quote, "We don't see how these politicians help us." This is a cry for help from our youth, and such is evidence that our debate also speaks about lack of education. We say that we were not educated, so that we are not educated about these political processes, and so we cannot believe in something we do not know. It is a point that we already raised. So therefore, opposition has used an argument that works for us: lack of education. Now, that next point, they spoke about lack of accountability. Now, this is the exact same thing as lack of faith, which is one of our points. In fact, it is the first point that we raised. We said that the political parties keep disappointing us. They come and promise things when they're doing their campaigns because they want voters. And as soon as they are voted for and leave, those jobs are not completed. That is what we said. We spoke about how this causes lack of faith and therefore disinterest in politics. You come and tell us about lack of accountability.
1 minute.
Is that not the same thing? They also spoke about corruption in government. I will go back to it. There is no proof of such, right? Now, youth unemployment leads to dissatisfaction and therefore youth voter apathy. That is your point, opposition. Now, if you look at this point, it leads to lack of faith, which is one of our points. Now, looking at this debate as a whole, we will see that the opposition has done nothing but fight vainly with points that are already ours. In fact, if we were in another situation, I would say that while we were preparing, they were looking behind our backs and watching our points so that they could use them. That debate has been in vain and has only emphasized our points. Now, we have spoken about lack of faith, about how dirty media leads to us not believing in the politicians. We also spoke about poverty and lack of education. These are our points, and if we look at this entire debate as a whole and the points discussed, you have no points. You only emphasized ours, and that is why we win this debate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to Kialabora. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm Matuleki Aleboga. And during this debate, I have realized one thing. Because there is no debate here. I will definitely like to apologize because we were both against motion. So this caused confusion upon both of us. Because clearly it shows that, because they are the first ones, so it clearly shows that we have stolen their points, which means that we were saying the same thing, supporting their points. So in order to make this thing a debate, I have drawn up some questions since we are both in the same emotions. But I will say that I am not in the same emotions. I am for the emotions. So I have listened to you all. You all say that lack of faith. We lost lack of faith, right? So why don't we stand up as youth, unite, create something? Why do we wait for the politics who promise us lies, who are not fulfilling their duties? We shall depend on ourselves and not people, not politics. We shall depend on ourselves. You say that 62% of unemployment here in South Africa of youth. So what are you saying on that? Do you have any solution on that? No, you don't. All you have is complaining about it. Instead of drawing up strategies on how to fix this thing, you are not. You are complaining. We all hear the complaints, but what about the solution? Do we have the solution? No, we don't. Instead of gathering as youth, voting and showing interest in it, investigating, and the media, right? We can use media also. We can unite people. We can recruit the
1
youth
minute.
so that we can stand united and fight for this. We have the power to change this. We have the ability and knowledge. That's why we are going to school, to learn and change the history, to draw up strategies. Thank you.
Okay. You may rise. You may rise. Bow. Thank you. Well done. May I request Pahama Secondary School to come forward and bring their list. May I request Mandisa Shikega is what? Pahama the side. Mandisa. Okay, look on that side. Let's be ready. Let's pull all our mics towards ourselves so that we can be audible. Let's confirm the numbers. Let's confirm our names. Pama Ompile, Rabezu, Maria, Stembiso. Okay. Mandisa Shikega, Lorato, Caro, Keletloko, Nomakwezi. Okay. We will start. The topic is still youth voter apathy. We'll start with the first speaker, Umpile. Proposing, over to you.
Greetings, honorable adjudicators, teachers, learners, and our fellow debaters. From our debating team from Parma Maths, Science, and ICT School of Specialization, I, Umpile Funeka, am pleased to introduce my fellow debaters, Rabeto Sebe, Maria Molefe, and Stemiso Machobeni. So, the first question is, what is voters' apathy? Voters' apathy is when, like, the youth of today is disinterested in politics. When the youth of today is disinterested in politics. Apathy is a lack of interest and enthusiasm. We stand on a point saying the youth of today is lazy. They don't want to vote. They are given everything on a silver platter, but then yet, they do not do anything. Our debate will be based on the fundamental democratic principles as envisaged in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, as amended. Chapter 1, Section 1 reads, A, human dignity, the achievement of equality and the advancement of human rights and freedom. B, non-racialism and non-sexism. B, supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law. Universal adult suffrage, a national common voters' roll, regular elections, and a multi-party system of the democratic government to ensure accountability, responsiveness, and openness. The constitutional provisions are the cornerstone of our democratic system. However, the youth of South Africa believe that these provisions do not talk to their plight as young people. The current socio-economic status, access to education, the colonized and poor quality of basic and tertiary education, the concentration of wealth to the 1% of our society are some of the other factors that create a perfect breeding ground for youth voters' apathy. Today's topic is very important as it is the future of our democracy. Youth voters' apathy is a phenomenon that has been observed in many countries around the world, including ours. They say that the youth of today is apathetic about politics.
If you don't vote, you are giving up a very important way of making your voice heard. It is your right and civic duty to choose your public representatives. Many young South Africans are unwilling to exercise their rights. Just years ago, South Africa had its first democratic elections after the fall of apartheid government. It was a historical moment for millions of South Africans. And yet today, many young South Africans find themselves unwilling to celebrate and exercise this inalienable right for various reasons. Young voters stay away from voting polls because they think that they link to higher levels of youth unemployment and poor quality education to the political and electoral systems. Thus, feel that their vote do not change things. Young South Africans bear the brunt of corruption because public money that was meant to better the quality of their lives often ends up in pockets of politicians. Youth apathy can be viewed as the silent demonstration against system due to mistrust of government and entities. Youth apathy should be as youth taking back their power that will lead to illegitimate minority government. In our quest to navigate through the questions, where are we, the country, in terms of voting versus power
15.
struggle? What causes youth apathy? Why is it growing and how can it be remedied? I am calling the second speaker to the podium. I thank you.
Thank you. Let's go over to Lorato.
Thank you very much. My name is Lorato Manamela, and I am I'm the first speaker of the opposing team, and I'm here with Kago, Kelo, and Nomakwezi, and we are learners from Manisa Siteka, Maths, Science, and ICT School of Specialization with a focus on mining. And this house believes that youth voter apathy is due to their disinterest in politics. Now, for us to understand youth voter apathy, what is it? Word by word, apathy is the lack of interest, feeling, or emotion towards something. Now, youth voter apathy is a lack of politics and so on into our country. Now, we must understand that the youth in South Africa spend most of their time living their best lives without actually having an acknowledgement in our political parties in South Africa and our government. Now, the youth voter apathy lack interest among voters in election, representative democracy, and often caused by disinterest in politics. The psychological factors influence that youth voter behavior are caused by the voters' perspective towards politics. With that said, that's how the voters see the parties and the candidates and the issues in the election. So South Africa offers a lot of opportunities towards our youth to actually voice out their voices and participate in politics. But because of they're not interested, they never actually apply their mindsets towards it. Now, our youth actually sees our political parties as useless until they grow up and realize that they actually need to vote in order to proceed with their lives and see South Africa as a better place. Now, our youth actually uses social media as a platform to oversee politics. They often talk bad about politics and their candidates whatsoever about what they do and what they do not. So that's our presentation for today. Thank you.
Thank you. We will be able to continue. Just a moment. Are you ready? Rabetsui? Okay, your time start now. Over.
Sorry for the corruption. Greetings to my honorable adjudicators, fellow debaters, and teachers. Standing before you is Rabetsui Sibi, and I will be talking about the importance of youth voters' apathy. With South Africa's youth accounting for more than 20.6 million, about 35% of the population, increasing their civic involvement and population participation, building an inclusive society and strong democratic institutions. South Africa's system is being representative and all parts of society are being included. When young people are enfranchised or attached from political processes, a significant portion of the population has more effect than that does not affect the youth. So youth voters' apathy is due to their interest in politics. Youth have been exercising power outside of formal election processes in situations of social and economic exclusion and difficulty. Various reasons are reported to contribute to the high levels of youth participation in election, including the phenomenon that youth are lazy and do not feel like they are part of the society. It is considered that individuals who own their own properties and have children generate more direct interest in how hospitals, also schools, are under ministers, developing more political interest. Today, youth reach this stage at a later than the previous generation. That is why fewer young people are participating politically. Despite other varied reasons, it is also asserted that the election often failed to attraction of youth. Little has been done to specifically target young people and build their confidence in formal democratic system as a vehicle for political renewal. So it is important for the young to engage their formulation politics are inclusive. I thank you.
Thank you. We are moving to Kaho.
Thank you. Salutations to you all, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kahotlolwe. While many people believe that youth voter apathy is due to the youth's disinterest in politics, I disagree with this view. Young people feel that their voices are not being heard. They feel that politicians and government don't listen to their concerns and they don't represent their interests. This has led to a sense of delusionment and apathy towards the political process. Young people feel that the political system is corrupt and that politicians are only interested in serving their interests. This perception has been reinforced by high-profile scandals and controversies involving politicians, which have eroded public trust in the political system. Young people face significant barriers to political participation, such as lack of information and education about the political process. We need to encourage young people to participate in the political process. Trust needs to be built in the political system. I mean, we live in a government that only focuses on conflicts and disagreements, but they don't focus on compromising and progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Maria.
Good day, my fellow debaters, learners, teachers, and agitators. My team and I are on the affirmation side. Now, as we all know that all citizens aged 18 and older have the right to vote. It is inscribed in the Bill of Rights in the South African Constitution. Now, as much as we have the right to vote, we are not being taught about voting. We were born under the democracy system. Some of us do not know some information about voting, and we are not being taught about that information. Now, as my fellow debater has argued that voting makes you part of the decision-making that affects you. Voting is a way to keep councils accountable. Now, vote for them if they do not. Vote for them if they do good work, and do not vote for them if they don't do good work. Now, as we all know that politicians are not always as holy as they can seem, but also as the youth, we are not being taught about the necessity of voting. Some of us don't even know who the political party that is ruling this year is. Open quote, apathy is a vacuum that incurs dysfunctional polities and a selfish, self-perpetrating elite that is indifferent to the needs of voters, especially young, close quote. Politicians knowingly making promises during elections and campaign that are pie in the sky, knowingly making false
achievable and illegal campaign promises to us as the youth. To us as the youth. It is extended to deliberately deceive voters, many of whom are desperate, illiterate, and do not know better. It now appears that even political campaign speakers have been captured. With so saying, how can the youth be expected
1 minute.
to go to voting station and vote while their trusted leader continue to use their youth to achieve their hidden agendas? I thank you.
Thank you. Let's move over to Keletlhoko.
Greetings to you all. My name is Kelatlhoko Motshekwa. As today's motion states that youth voters' apathy is due to their disinterest in politics. Young people are growing in democratic dispensations, finding themselves confused, especially since political parties seem to be more interested in bashing the ruling party than putting forward solutions to the challenges that the youth are facing. Political parties seem to forget about the young people until there's an election on the horizon, which contributes to mistrust of politicians and political parties. For instance, the looting that happened in July 2021 could have been avoided if the youth were listened to. If political leaders listened to what the youth want, we would see less protests, even though the COVID-19 pandemic and the resultant lockdowns exhibited the frustrations of the youth who were already struggling to find work. The pandemic exposed the many fault lines as far as governance is concerned. If we as the youth don't vote, our voices are going to be taken from us. The youth will bear the brunt decision making today. The recent surveys show that the majority of 13,000 respondents from 186 countries highlighted the main challenges for youth were limited opportunities for the effective participation in decision making. With limited opportunities to meaningful participations and inclusive decision making in the processes, young men and women feel excluded in the marginalized and in the societies and communities. Finding solutions for this is difficult. Thank you.
Thank you. We're over to Parma. We are going to Stembiso.
Greetings to my educators, teachers, learners, and my fellow debaters. I, Sithembiso Makiobeni, would like to discuss my rebattling points. First, my fellow debaters, the first speaker stated the job that he had to do was to give the overview of the topic, but he failed. He did define the topic, but he failed to give us the definite definition of the topic. And one thing I noticed about the speaker one thing that he mentioned that us as the youth are living the best of our lives. How can we be living our best of our lives and yet we have to vote? And the government doesn't give us platforms, doesn't come and reach us to be involved in voting. Government and also he also stated that government supplies platforms. What platforms? I haven't seen even one single platform. We all have social medias. We all have accounts in TikTok, but you wouldn't find an advertisement of government promoting voting and encouraging the youth to vote. So I say the first speaker failed to give us the definite definition or the overview of the topic. The second speaker had to give us the main points of the topic, of the motion. She had to give us why the youth doesn't vote. What are the solutions to that? She failed to give us that. What she mentioned, she said the youth doesn't feel that their voice can be heard, and that is because they don't vote. That results from them not voting.
1 minute.
How can they not She said that they do something if they feel that their voice is not heard. Their voice is not heard because the government doesn't support us, doesn't reach to us, doesn't encourage us to vote. So as you said, that the youth is disinterested in politics. Actually, government does do many things. Government does contribute to. Sorry, I'm sorry. She contradicted her by supporting us that the government does not educate us
15.
enough. I said that she failed to give us rigid facts and lack of stats and relevant examples that we as the youth face. The speaker 3 had to summarize what the first speaker and the second speaker said, and I didn't even hear.
Time, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Namakwezi. Switch on your mic.
Greet you all. Protocol observed, and I am Namakwezi Ngwenya. I am so confused, I can say. When you are listing, I see your point, sir, but I think you are so wrong. As I can say that as much as we are taught that voting will actually help us to just out our feelings, which is true. We vote so that our voice can be heard. So as I think it was speaker number 1 talking about that we are not interested because we have a lot of things to do. Don't you think we all have a lot of things to do? So as I can say that as much as you say that we have a lot of things to do as youth, don't you think that we can also think and try to think out of the box as the government is failing us and the politics failing us also? Let us think of tricks that would help our country, South Africa. As much as China has the youngest political structure, so why can't we have our own political structure? And I heard you talking about the media system, and I heard you talking about the media, yes. So if media was used to actually show us what is happening in the world, don't you think that politics are there? I think I'm also the fan of TikTok. If you are interested in politics, there would be the platform that is used for politics. So we are interested as used in politics, but we are not given a chance to just out how we feel. So I don't understand if you guys say that the platform is now used for certain things. You have to encourage young people how to use the platform correctly, so, isn't it?
1 minute.
So I would only state out the stats that you said that we were not able to state. What are the 3 examples of apathy? Lack of effort or energy to do everyday things. So if we are not given an effort to do everyday things, how are we supposed to have an interest in certain political industry when we are not supported ourselves? Today, our brothers and sisters, they are sitting down with their degrees, not having job opportunities. Then you want us to have interest in politics. That I don't understand too. Depend on other people to plan your activities. I've seen that in a lot of
15.
parliamentary discussions, which I hate the most. When we look at those parliamentary plans, it's like we have tended to be a joke.
Time, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You may rise and bow. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's that time, that moment where our relationships are being tested, shaken by what is going to happen in few seconds. I will check. How many minutes? Okay, all right, thank you. Okay. Is that moment where our relationship is being tested? Because we came here earlier on, we were smiling to each other. Now I know that we are going to have a problem with that. But I just want to inform you that bear in mind that I like you, I love you, the legislature is there for you. And then our deputy chairperson of committees already explained that we are all winners. So I just want all of us to stand up and say to each other that we are winners. Let's stand up. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. This concludes the quarterfinals. We are moving towards the semifinals, where we will get 4 schools to compete. We will give the adjudicators some time to consolidate. They will tell us what is it that we need to consolidate. We were dealing with a tougher question, which is one of the contemporary issues that we are facing in our democracy. The understanding of democracy, to my knowledge, it is an arena where political parties fight for their interest. So, political parties, meaning that we speak about politics, within the democracy there is an element, a regulation, that regulate the competition, which is the IEC. So, I'm appealing to you, all of you. Starting from today, you are going to be the ambassadors of the legislature. You are going to make sure that you teach people about the IEC, and then we encourage people to go and vote. It is enshrined in our constitution. We have the right to go and vote in order to stimulate democracy, in order to submit our ideologies. We will, before we vote, do the research, because we know that in terms of decision-making process, anything starts from the research. So before you can vote, you research and you vote. Sitting at home will never assist us, but I will leave it to you to go and make sure that you educate other people so that we and stimulate our democracy. Another issue is that the Gauteng legislature is not a political party. It is a parliament of Gauteng. It is mandated by the Constitution, Chapter 6 of the Constitution. We do have 4 functions and we have 4 presiding officers. Today we have 1 presiding officer, Deputy Chairperson of Committees, Honorable Mpapa Kanyani. His function is public participation, which is under Section 118 of the Constitution, which says provincial legislature may involve the public in everything that we are doing, including the work of the committee and ensuring that our work is open for public through other means. It can be social media. That's why today we are live streamed. That's why today we are in the West Rand. We are ensuring that we achieve the leg of public participation. So feel free. We are guided by the Constitution. We are the democracy. Feel free to participate. Let me check whether the adjudicators are still consolidating. Okay. Let me give the learners just 10 minutes of break. Then we will be back at 10 to 3. we will continue with our work while we are waiting for the lunch to be ready. I thank you. 10 minutes. Can we have attention? Can we sit down? We are going to hand it over to our adjudicators for announcement of the results, and then we will proceed. Once the announcement is been done, then I will announce the schools that must come forward. Okay, over to you, adjudicators. You still know that we are all winners. I've indicated we are all winners, all schools are winners. So over to you, the adjudicator.
Does this mic work? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As I've introduced myself earlier, my name is Lerato Mofokeng. We would actually first like to congratulate all the participants for all the hard work that they've put in and the effort that they've shown, as well as the dedication. And congratulate yourselves on that. So before I go into the announcement, you can give yourself a round of applause for that. My colleague Dineo had earlier explained to you how we would be adjudicating based on the 3 categories. So in no particular order, this is the top 4 for today. So can you please congratulate the following schools: Letatsing Combined School, SG Mafaisa Secondary School, Carlton Jones Secondary School, as well as Randfontein High School. Thank you.
Congratulations to all of you. May I request SG Mafaisa and Randfontein to prepare their list and come forth for the semi-finals. We will discuss coalition government. Is it working or not? What is your proposal? So Randfontein, Kamtsatsi, you're opposing. Sorry, SG Mafaiso, you're opposing. I just want to confirm. Okay. I just want to confirm the list. Randfontein, do we still follow the list? The list that I have here. Leno. Okay. Buitepo. Tiamo. Okutle. All right. The list for SG is Poentle. Okay. Annabello. Yes. Ndamulelo. Skomboza. Okay. I wanted us to pay attention to our positions in terms of where do we fall. When we are opposing, we need to oppose. Now we are going to deal with a motion called Coalition Government Contributes to Political Stability. How must it work or not? So when we are proposing, you'll be in favor of coalition government. If you are opposing, you are not going to be in favor. So we need to clear the lines so that all of us, we follow. We are not slipping. We are ready, adjudicators, and then okay. The motion is coalition governments contributes to political stability. We are following the news, isn't it? How must it work or not? So if you're proposing, meaning you are in favor of the coalitions, then you look around municipalities that are doing that. And then if you are opposing, then you say no, it doesn't work. You'll state the reasons. No, it's stability, political stability. When we say political stability, we are saying, is it working? Okay. Are we ready? Okay. Timekeeper. Leno, over to you, ma'am.
Before I commence, I would like to know that I'm audible. Am I audible?
No, you're not audible.
I'm not. Okay, let me just.
You can go on, ma'am.
Okay, so in 3, 2, 1, I'll begin. Good morning to the House at large. I'm the first speaker of side proposition, Leano. This is Bitepo, the second speaker, Tiamo, the third speaker, and Okuhle, the fourth speaker. So the main question that we ought to ask here is that what is this debate about? So this debate essentially is about proving and making a comparison between coalition government and normal government, or like the current government systems that are the current government systems in society. And what we basically have to do is that we have to prove and we have to show that which of the government systems cater like society much better, or which of the government systems like are more effective. Okay, so now let me look into the burdens that we as side of proposition we ought to prove, and like what opposition ought to prove, right? So as proposition, like we are burdened to prove that freedom of So we are burdened to prove that like coalition governments, they are essentially they are justified, and yes, coalition governments are justified and like they're effective, and then side opposition needs to prove that coalition governments, they are unjustified and they're ineffective. So now we have like 5 things that we like want to go through in terms of context. So the first thing is that we need to firstly have an understanding of what coalition government, like what they do or what they are, right? So coalition governments are governments that are formed when 2 or more political parties temporarily work together to reach a common goal. So they just basically like they form a coalition in order to reach a certain like aim or certain goal, right? So the second thing that we need to understand is the historical context of coalition government in South Africa, right? So in the past few years, like South Africa had like a coalition government where like EFF and ANC, they came together to form like a coalition, right? The third thing is that we need to firstly like look into like what political stability like essentially looks like, right? So political stability is just essentially when the country or like when a country or a state is like politically stable. So this looks like so we avoid certain things such as like protests, corruption, strikes, and so many things that contribute to the country not being aligned or not being developed, essentially, right? So when we are politically like stable, it means that we are a country that like works effectively, or a country that works effectively, essentially. So the fourth thing is that what are the harms of like not having a political like stable, or not being politically stable in a country? So it contributes to a negative like impact on a country's development. So this is why it's essential to like have a political stable country, right? So the most important thing in which we need to look in this debate is the actors that are identified. So we give you 2 actors that are identified in this debate. We give you the coalition government, which is, this motion has to do with which one of the 2 governments contributes to political stability, depending on the sides, or depends on the sides that you are on. And the second actors in this debate is like society. So the decision in which like the government makes, whether it's the current government systems or the like coalition government. So the decisions in which they make, they contribute or they have like some sort of impact on society. They have some sort of impact on like the smooth running of a country. So this is why it's essential to have like a stable government, right? And this is the reason why we need to look into which of the two government systems like contribute to a more like effective like society, and we need to like show that essentially. Yeah, that's essentially it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go over to Mpoyantle.
Don't let your learning lead to knowledge. Let your learning lead to action. Greetings, House at Large. I greet you. My name is Mpoyantle Nkaelang, and I'll start by introducing my speakers. The second speaker from my team is Annabelle Makomoto. The third speaker is Ndamulele Chikobi, and the fourth speaker is Kumbuzo Gaveni. I'll start by defining the motion. Coalition governments is when distinct political parties combine their votes or cooperate together to form a government. You may not always get a credit for your work, as other members will get recognition for their work while yours is not muchly recognized, which can create conflicts between the parties. We already know that coalition is a combination or cooperation of two parties, so which means the other one will be helping or assisting with ideas, while the other one is being announced to the country. So that the other or the opposing political parties will cause conflicts. For example, like assassinating because they want status and they don't want that. They don't want people to do not vote for their political party. That if people are not voting for their political party, that means that their political party will collapse. So which means that coalition government can cause troubles or conflicts between the parties. We have already seen the city of Johannesburg, Tshwane, Ekurhuleni and Nelson Mandela Bay are under a coalition government, but face a lot of threats of disintegration due to coalition. The city of Johannesburg has been approximately 8 acting and officially elected mayors between the years 2021 and 2023. For example, let's say ANC and EFF combine their votes or are cooperating with each other, and then EFF or the ministers of EFF are seeing that ANC is the one that is highly voted, while it is the one helping with ideas. It will obviously do something like assassinating the ministers so that the certain or the ANC won't win the votes. Again, coalition governments coalition government can abuse people's rights, because right now we are in a democratic country. So if we are in a democratic country, everyone has a right to vote for any political party that she or he wants. So let's say you are voted for a certain political party that you like, and then you see that it is overthrown by other political party. You won't even see the reason for you to vote, because your right is being violated. I thank you.
Thank you. Over to Randfontein, Buitsapo. Over to you, sir.
I'll begin my speech in 3, 2, 1, go. Government is about representation. This means that we should be representing the broader society. When we have coalition governments, it means that we have more people represented, especially when we're living in a proportional representation country such as South Africa. It is important to understand that parties such as the ANC have been leading since 1994. If we implement the coalition government system towards the South African government in of itself, what we get is effective change, and what we get is broader representation of minority. What we ought to understand in this debate, that side proposition didn't really understand in this debate, is that we are actually, by coalition of government, we are including two parties within the system. When they bring up the point about like how those individuals are going to be assassinated, we don't think that this is something that should be in this debate. This is such an extreme. But secondly, on this point about like how coalition government will actually abuse people's rights, we are not actually abusing people's rights. What we do is that we are representing those people's rights because we do care about them in the representation system. We have two arguments here. Number one, why this is something that is principally legitimate, but secondly, on our side, why we get better checks and balances and a better accountability on our side. Number one, on why this is something that is principally legitimate. Note that here, there is a broader representation of people, and there is broader compromises from parties within the system. Where this has actually worked is in countries like Germany, where it has a long history of coalition government, and they have been successfully doing so. The important thing to note here is that Germany is actually a more developed country, better than countries in Africa and better than South Africa specifically. If we implement this system in countries like South Africa, what we do get is that people will be actually represented, and what we do get is the dismantling of a party that has led for many decades without actually being removed out of the seat. But secondly, on this point about checks and balances and accountability on our side, we think that here there is no single party that has the overwhelming majority in the state. This means that it will ensure that this decision-making is something that is scrutinized at a point at which a party makes decisions at this stage. It has worked in countries such as India. This means that whilst the party is actually coalesced, we are going to be getting accountability because there is constant check. If EFF is coalesced with the ANC, we are going to be getting constant check on how the ANC actually performs and like how it will not actually abuse its power when we have that coalition government in and of itself. So if you stand for a system that doesn't corrupt, and if you stand for a country that is actually stable in this instance, you should be standing with proposition side. Because when we implement a coalition government, what we do get is a representation of people, and what we don't get is people actually being excluded from the political system. Stand for representation.
Thank you. Annabella.
Greetings to the House at large. I'll be the second speaker speaking against the motion that says coalition governments contribute to political stability. How must it work? South African politics have different ideologies. And it will create a lot of tension and conflict and differences between the political parties. If ANC is failing to work together, how will coalitions contribute to that? And we should also look at former member of ANC, Julius Malema, who also created his own political party because he couldn't work with his party. And coalition governments will create a hung council, meaning that parties have to govern together. And if there were to be a hung council and parties have conflicts, that will lead to a new election. The country is seeing a rise in fragile and unstable coalitions at local government, which creates concern because if a coalition was to take place on provincial and national level of government, it's gonna create instability in the nation. If we see at our local communities, we have we have coalitions, but then they are fragile and unstable. Imagine if it were to be on national and provincial government, how unstable it's gonna be. It will be the abuse of right to vote for the citizens that voted for a specific party. As we know that coalitions, they are often used so that they can overthrow a party that is in power. So it will be the abuse of right to vote for citizens who chose a specific party because they know that me choosing this specific party, it's because I believe that it's gonna bring a change. And if a specific party is voted into power, that could mean the country highly favors that that party.
1 minute.
I thank you.
Thank you. Tiamo, over to you, sir.
I will be starting in 3, 2, 1. Note how side opposition's case is built very strongly around this idea of how coalition governments work. The way that they feel that works is based on two things. The first one is that they tell us that we will somehow have this workhorse which is constantly doing all the work within that political party, within the coalition government, and this golden political party which is the face of the party. That's not true. How do coalition governments actually work? Usually, they divide the work between themselves equally because these people are representing multiple people who trusted them in any case. And not only that, but they are still political parties. They still aim to get as much publicity as possible, and thus they do share that publicity, which is why we are still aware that multiple municipalities across the country are coalition governments. E.g., the city of Johannesburg, they did reference that. But also, they give us this false idea that the rights of people are violated because you have these changes within government, because you give your vote to one party and then all of a sudden it's another party also ruling. Note that within the election campaign, whenever there is a coalition, the people campaigning do state that there is a coalition. They do state and clearly highlight how they plan to work together throughout the term of the government. If you as a voter do not do your research and do not know that this is a coalition, that's on you. But they do make the information available, and when you do cast your vote, you do know very well that this is a coalition government. No one side is violated. But also, they bring us this point where they tell us that that the parties within coalition governments work to sabotage each other in order to gain votes. Note that this yet again reflects badly on the party doing the sabotaging. There is no incentive whatsoever to sabotage your partner. Because the moment I sabotage my partner, I sabotage myself. Note that those responsibilities that my partner was supposed to fulfill will not be fulfilled, and thus it will also look badly on me because I am in charge of this. Now, we also get this point where they tell us that that coalition governments are far more unstable than normal governments. But they don't necessarily mechanize to prove that the coalition itself caused these various changes in leadership. They made an example of the city of Johannesburg. Note that all the various mayors that were put forward have been removed for some scandal or another. There is no direct link between a coalition government and having frequent changes in power. In fact, I could reference my own hometown, Randfontein. We've had frequent mayoral changes, and that's not because they are coalition government. It's because politicians are being held accountable for crimes that they may have committed.
15.
None of what stands in your case actually was this. But also, they give us this point about how there'll be more internal conflict. We say that conflict is good because you get more representation and you get far more diverse ideas being exchanged. But also, there's much greater accountability because you're constantly checking each other.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Ndamulelo.
I shall be starting in 3, 2, 1. Greetings. Now I shall be summing up my team's point. Now, the first speaker from side opposition mentioned that if coalitions were to happen here in South Africa, it will create conflicts across political parties. For we know that the reason why South Africa has so many political parties is that all of them share different ideas. The reason why a political party is created is because they see that the political parties that we have are failing. So if coalitions were to contribute to political stabilities, then that means South Africa will have less political parties. Now, not all of these parties are going to agree with each other. Now, I shall make an example with the DA and ANC. If the DA and ANC were to make a coalition, in some way they were going to fight, because we know that these two political parties have different ideologies, so which is why coalitions do not contribute to political stability. Now, now to make an example, the city of Joburg. The city of Joburg has had 8 mayoral changes in the space of less than 3 years due to coalitions failing. Now, the city of Johannesburg is currently under a coalition. Now, in the space of less than 3 years, how can a city have 8 mayors? It means that the system of coalitions is not doing a betterment of our country. The system of coalition is failing.
My first speaker also mentioned that people's votes will no longer matter. What is the point of voting when you know that that party you voted for will just be taken out of power using coalition? We know that next year is the upcoming elections. For example, then in next year, the DA takes charge. The ANC can just go and fight a party that is willing to make a coalition with them and take the DA out of power, which puts our country back into the ANC rule. Now, coalitions are not contributing to political stabilities as they do not listen to what the people of South Africa are saying. Now to go to my second speaker. My second speaker mentioned that political parties have different ideologies, which is why there are a lot of political parties here in South Africa, which was correct.
1 minute.
We have a lot of ideologies here in South Africa. Now, if political parties were to combine, in some time they are going to separate and then causes a hung council. Political coalitions do not contribute to political stability. My second speaker also mentioned that the reason why a party is voted for is because people of South Africa see potential for that party. Now, the reason why we vote for a party is because we see that that party can cause change. Now, what is the point of voting when you know that coalitions are going to happen and that party that you voted for is going to be taken out of power? We live in a democracy and coalitions are going against what the democracy of South Africa says. My second speaker also mentioned that coalitions are fragile, which we know. The reason why Joburg has had 8 mayors is because coalitions are breaking.
15.
Now, this means that we cannot trust the system of coalitions because they keep failing. So as I sum up, I'm saying that coalitions do not contribute to political stability. I thank you.
Kumnandi kubala. Nice to be here. We'll go to Ogutle.
I'll start speaking in 3, 2, 1. Note that the importance of this debate is to figure out in which system do we get the most amount of accountability. And here's where we tell you that our side achieves the best form of accountability, but moreover, we get the most legitimate form of accountability. This is important because outside of effectiveness, we think that based on the principles of democracy, we ought prioritize a system such as this. But before that, let's quickly deal with some responses. 2 important arguments that came from their side. Firstly, saying that we're abusing individuals' right by essentially having this sort of system. Note that this is not true because you're not necessarily taking, it doesn't mean that just because you voted for the ANC, it doesn't mean that ANC is going to be gone, it's just that it's going to be working with a different party. Even if there's an instance where the ANC or your favoring party is essentially less powerful than before, we think that that is essentially how a democracy is supposed to work, where it favors what the majority wants. And that would be based on the sort of voting system that were done to actually sort of actualize that coalition government, because you see that there is a voting system that is done. But secondly, note that they tell us that it becomes very polarized, hence why we see a lot of changes and a lot of instability. Right? So firstly, we tell you that this sort of change, they had to prove to us why these changes mean that there is some sort of instability, but note 2 things. Firstly, we see that this is a better form. These are signs of actual accountability. Understand that before these systems were implemented, mayors that have been here for like long periods of time, or like we've been settled in a sort of system that's very different from what we're going to now. So obviously going to see these sort of changes, right? But it doesn't necessarily mean that the system itself is ineffective. Just because you see 2 different mayors doesn't necessarily mean that a job is not being done. But we think that even in that instance, we're able to take away people much faster if it means that they're not doing their job, right? And it's not necessarily just because this is what we prioritize as a sort of party or whatever. We think that all the decisions that are made in the best interest of the country. But moreover, we tell you that why essentially we win this debate is showing you essentially why we get better form of accountability. On a principle level, we told you that we get more compromise and broader representation, which shows you that this is a system that solely focuses on the people, but more in effectiveness, we tell you that we're able to distribute power and it's not centralized to one party, and we see that more parties are actually able to make more sort of decisions or have more power when coming to making decisions. This means that we get better accountability or better representation for individuals, and these are key sort of aspects when it comes to a democratic sort of system one where there's good accountability, representation, but moreover, we see good, better participation if it then means that individuals feel more represented. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Kombozo.
To my points. The first speaker from the proposition side said that she was talking about both coalition government and normal governmental system, which is off topic because as the topic of today or the motion of today, it is talking about coalition government. It is talking about whether coalition governments are working or not working in the kind of society that we're living in today. But what I've noticed about the first speaker from proposition side, she's bringing both the coalition governmental system and the normal governmental system that we all know and that we have. So, as I shall come to my next point. The second speaker from side proposition side said that if we have a coalition, it means that we will have representatives, as also the third speaker mentioned this. Okay, if we are saying that if we had to have coalition governments who are going to have more representatives, that is factual. But those more representatives might actually come up with different ideas. And as my speakers have stated or mentioned that if those two political parties come up with different ideas, sometimes there can be a difficulty on them disagreeing to do what? To achieve the main, the common objectives or the common goals, which can do what can create conflict between the two political parties. So having more representatives with different ideas can create what conflict between the political parties and also the members, which can also create what assassination, as my speakers have already done so. Because in South Africa we face a lot of assassinations between politicians as they are fighting for what? For power. So this will also take place in coalition governments, and it is actually taking place in coalition governmental systems. As I shall come to my next point. The second speaker, what I've noticed about him is that he was focused on rebuting instead of giving out points which will be able to help his team to win or will help his team to come up with points so that they can be able to understand on whatever that they're talking about. But what this second speaker was concentrated on was on giving rebuttals. So that is not his job. Coming to my next point, he was also talking about Germany and India instead of South Africa, because this motion is what is basically focused on us in South Africa. We shall not talk about other countries. Let us talk about South Africa, because this is the country we are living in. Not talking about Germany, because now we're not in Germany nor India. As I shall come to my next point. The third speaker also did the same thing. He was rebuting instead of supporting his speakers, because as a role of the third speaker, you must do what you must support your speakers and also do what? Strengthen your team. But he was actually rebuting, which is not his job. As I shall come to my next point. The third speaker from side proposition side said that if coalition was to take place, no one's right will be violated, as my speakers mentioned. But that is actually incorrect. As a democracy, in South Africa, we know that South Africa is a free country. Anyone is allowed to do whatever that they want to do, also regarding on voting. So if a particular person was to vote for a political party...
Gumnandi Gubalana. Gumnandi Gubalana. Nice to be here. My ears are happy. May I allow you to rise and bow and leave the stage? Thank you very much. Okay, I will request that let's combine. Let's combine to come forward, and Carlton Jones to come forward. May I request Letsatsing to sit on the right, and then Carlton Jones on the left. Carlton Jones will be opposing, and then Letsatsing will be proposing. Thank you very much. the topic coalition governments. Are they working or not? Kamva? Ngumalo? Mpahlele? Mgidlana? Okay. Ndipile? Roy? Luvuyo? Amogelang? Okay. We are starting. Over to you, Kamva.
Greetings, the House at large. First of all, I will be quoting James Cagney's words. Cowardice asked the question, is it safe? Experience asked the question, is it politic? Vanity asked the question, is it popular? But coincidence asked the question, is it right? It is not always possible to have everything. Goes as one likes. In working alliances, sometimes happen that they develop opinions of their own. Quote closed. With these words, I want to greet my educators and the judges, also the opposing team. I would like to offer my appreciation for your interest in this debate. I would like to introduce my teammates, Fisokuhle Nxumalo, Lihlohonolo Mphahlele, and Asanda Mgidlana. As we are here with my team, we are going to propose the motion which asserts that coalition governments contribute instability. How must it work or not? First of all, what is a coalition? Coalition, it is a form of government in which political parties cooperate to form a government. Coalition raise awareness of an issue, bring people together around common goal or project. They create solutions that serve the entire community and seek new partners to participate in that goal. Coalition, it provides peer support, encouragement, motivation, and professional recognition. It enhances their credibility and influence and advocacy campaign, as well as that of individual coalition members. Sorry. The coalition government magnifies existing financial and human resources by pulling them together and by delegating work to others in the coalition. It reduces duplication of efforts and resources. They bring more parties into power, which is ethnically and racially divided societies.
1 minute.
Often means that they give a wider range of communities a taste of government. In a dominant party system like South Africa, where ANC has consistently won a large majority of the vote, things can bring into government parties that would otherwise be permanently locked out of powers. The presence of a number of parties in the same administration also means that there has to be a degree or compromise. 15. South Africa has seen multi-party cabinets, most obviously during government of national unity from 1994 to 1977.
Time, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go over to Ndipile.
Greetings to the House at large. I am Indipile Nako, first Speaker of Team Opposition. And the motion we have received today is that coalition government contributes to political instability. And we as Team Opposition are not against coalition government, but we are against the current system of coalition government in our own country. And to be more specific, we're going to set parameters to the city, to these following cities: Nelson Mandela Bay, Johannesburg City, and Tshwane. I would like to start this whole debate off with a quote from Abraham Lincoln. "A house divided against itself cannot stand. I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free." So let us explore our motion step by step so that no one gets lost. Our motion talks about a coalition government who contributes to political instability, and our House agrees to that motion. Let us dissect this motion. What is a coalition government? It is a parliamentary governing body of advisors that is formed when different political parties form an alliance in the administration and regulation of a country or community. Following the coalition policy, which states that it will sort of like a repetition of what I just explained, but it codifies that most important shared goals and objectives are to be explored in that certain cabinet. And why do they form coalition government? We form coalition governments in the state of national difficulty or crisis. For example, during war times, or we could say economical crisis. This gives the government the high degree of perceived political legitimacy. It can also play a role in diminishing internal political strife. Political instability is a crisis situation with the country that can be caused by a variety of reasons. But today, we're going to focus on how this political instability is affecting our economy. For example, it affects foreign exchange, and it hampers with economic growth. What do I mean when I say that it affects foreign exchange? Which country would be willing to do any trading with a country that cannot even put itself in a much more presentable manner or be stable in a manner where you yourself will be willing to go to them and present your own stuff? And then we talk about economic growth. How do you expect to have economic growth if you yourself are fighting? We could be talking about misappropriation of funds and so forth. Or you yourselves as a country are not empowering each other or influencing each other's businesses in a manner that could help with economical growth. We as team propositions burden ourselves to prove that coalition government contributes to political instability when enforced in the wrong manner. I, as first speaker, will show you how coalition government contributes to political instability. My second speaker will introduce our policy, ideological differences, and our versatile inter-party relations. How is the current coalition government failing?
1 minute.
There is no proper ideologies. For example, in Johannesburg, there's been six mayors in 22 months. This city that we refer to as Johannesburg was once a city of dreams, a gold town that seduced prospectors, that seduced protectors from all over, hoping to strike rich. Lately, Johannesburg has what we could say a political punchline. A metropolis where many resident spirits are as dark as the street lights. This has kept the latest chapter in a political soap opera where mayoral terms are now measured in weeks and months. South Africa is in a coalition era. The increase of diverse views and interests and desperation for ethical and progressive leadership and yearning for change is highly likely going to see an increase in coalition at the 2024 elections for South Africa. Like I said in the beginning, a house divided against itself cannot stand, and I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free. Hence, coalition government is due. Thank you.
Kumnandi kubadla. We go on. Letsatsi Ngumalo.
The legislator believed that public participation strengthens democracy and ensures a form of governance that is based on the will of the people. Coalition governments enable large and small parties in South Africa to have a chance at participating in the government and hold important positions of leadership. For example, the former mayor of Johannesburg, Thapelo Ahmed, came from a small party called Al Jama'ah. Coalitions offer the opportunity to coordinate services and limit duplication of parallel or compacting efforts. They bring more parties into power, which in ethnically and racially divided societies often means they give a wider range of communities a taste of government. The presence of a number of parties in the same administration also means that there has to be a degree of compromise. One of the positive consequences of this is that some of the more controversial and popular policies of each will be discarded, leading to a government that should be more acceptable to a greater proportion of the population. Recent searches suggest that these hypothetical benefits are often realized. In the book Coalition Presidentialism in Comparative Perspective, Paul Chastity and Timothy Joseph Power conducted hundreds of interviews with MPs in 9 countries that have experienced coalition government. In every country bar one, a majority of MPs agree that coalitions have permitted the representation of diverse social interests and enhanced the quality of public policies. At present times, coalition governments are finding their relevance within our government structure, and small parties are able to find a vote within our government. Coalitions provide safety for advocacy efforts and protection for members who may not be able to take action alone, particularly when operating in a hostile or difficult environment. They magnify existing financial and human resources by pulling them together and by delegating work to others in the coalition. They bring together a diverse range of people and organizations. Coalitions have made valuable contributions in promoting policy stability, domestic economic development, promoting inclusive democracy, and increased oversight. Diversity can strengthen a campaign by broadening perspective and understanding of the issue. It can also assist outreach by appealing to a wider population base with different priorities and interests. And lastly, they provide peer support, encouragement, motivation, and professional
Thank you.
education.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kumnandi ukubalana. Nice to hear. We are moving on. Roy.
Coalition governments contribute to political instability. Greetings to the House at large. I am Roy Nisi, the second speaker for Team Opposition. South African coalition governments at the local level have been fragile and unstable ever since their inception in 2016. What causes this instability and fragility? And what solutions do we have for this? Ideological differences, as mentioned by my first speaker. Coalition governments are composed of political parties with different ideologies, and this contributes greatly to political instability. Let me explain. More often than not, there are clashes in decision-making, resulting in decisions taking longer to make, volatility within resulting in decisions taking longer to make and volatility within councils. The Tshwane City coalition government is a great example of this. As its residents, according to the media house IOL, have complained about poor service delivery on the government's part, attributing it to the political instability led by an ideologically different and shaky coalition government. How do we solve this? How do we solve this? Well, our team has come up with a policy called the Common Ideology Agreement, in which parties inside a coalition government agree to the same ideologies, goals, missions, and values and visions. This is overseen by a parliamentary overseeing committee, which we'll expand on later. Adversarial inter-party relations are also a major contributor to political instability. While it is a hard pill to swallow, the reality is that in a coalition government, there are vengeful and emotive parties. And vengeful and emotive parties are not parties that have the public's best interest at heart. These parties cause legislative gridlocks when they oppose the initiative taken by opposing parties to benefit you, the voter.
The Nelson Mandela Bay City Coalition government is a shaky coalition government that has ousted the ANC in an attempt to mediate in this shaky government. While the idea itself is theoretically sound, it is impractical, as with everything in life, wherever there is light, there are always shadows. So how do we solve this? We solve this by implementing an overseeing committee, as mentioned previously. This overseeing committee is a parliamentary committee that ensures progress, accountability, and integrity within the coalition government. To conclude, this overseeing committee runs things by checking the progress and questioning decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go over to Mpahlele.
Greetings, everyone. We know that teamwork makes the dream work. And I would like to say that I would like to let you all know what coalition government is. Coalition government is a form of government in which parties cooperate to form a government. As I said, that we know that teamwork makes the dream work, and with those words, I now give you this point. Because of those words, I say they bring political parties into power because they share different opinions on how they think they should improve their country. So, because of that, they facilitate exchange of information, skills, experience, and materials. So this can cause that our country doesn't spend much money improving, because there are all these political parties working together, and this contribute to the improvement of our country. And this, as the first speaker said, it provides peer support and motivation. It is because of that teamwork they are bringing together so that they can improve the country, as I said. It also enhances the ability of public services. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Luvuyo. Over to you, sir.
It is important to note that the assessment of coalition governments in SA or any other country for that matter can vary depending on perspectives and specific circumstances. As my previous speaker stated, government coalitions have a few noticeable drawbacks, such as differing ideologies, and they face difficulties in maintaining stability because of this. An example of this was in July 2022, when the coalition formed consisting of the ANC, the DA, and other major parties in South Africa. While this step showed promise, even with the leader of the DA expressing his optimism, this did not last, and all the other parties decided on ousting the ANC. Now, this House is strongly in favor of parliamentary committee. What this does is it ensures progress in accountability and integrity within the party itself, or the coalition in this matter. It does this by checking progress and start by questioning decisions made by the coalition government. Setting up meetings between coalition government and the public so that it is duly checked upon and their behavior cannot be, how can I say this? Cannot be in favor of their own individual parties, much less of their own individuals themselves. Whereas this can be seen in instances where these parties agree to collude or collaborate on a specific matter, but it is shown time and time again that these individual parties end up favoring their own side over the good of the majority. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move over to Gizana.
At present times, coalition government are finding their relevance with our government structure or small parties to be able to find a voice within the government. Recent research suggests that these hypothetical benefits are often realized. In the book Coalition, Presentation in Creative Perspective, Paul Cloudy and Timothy Joseph Power coalition hundreds of interest with the MPs in the name of in the 9 countries that experience coalition governments in every country. A majority of the MPs agree that coalition have permitted the representing of diverse social and enhanced the quality of public policies. The second speaker mentioned something about what the governments could actually do to minimize stability. What is Speaker 2 basically doing is giving us more things more solutions in order for us to solve this. They are not telling us why they are disagreeing with our motions. That was your job, not to tell us what more we can do. And then Speaker 3 is not telling us why this coalition government is leading to these instabilities. Instead, you are busy telling us about the coalition governments are not favored by the people and whatsoever, which meaning you're out of context. What you can actually do to work efficiently, we need strong leadership and effective community and mutual trust. Those are the things that would lead to the political stability. That's why we say coalition governments can minimize the instability if they have clear common agenda and they have mutual trust and clear power sharing agreements, arrangement and regular coordination matches and contribute to their instabilities. Addition mechanism for resolving conflicts and managing differences within the coalition are crucial for maintaining and its functioning and minimizing instabilities. The roles of the coalition governments provides the safety and advocatively efforts and protection for members which may not be taking action alone, particularly when operating in hostile or difficult movements. So these are the things that make us say that coalition governments lead to political stabilities instead of political instabilities. Thank you.
Are you done, ma'am? Okay, thank you. We'll go over to Ogutle. Amogelang.
As I said, I'm a poet, right? But again, I will not begin with many words because this is again a serious motion, right? So, what does a future with a good coalition government look like? This is our policy. A government where the parties are united, where they sacrifice some of their values in order to have common goals with other parties. This will result in them being united and moving forward as one in order to solve the problems effectively. This government could be effective because every party is working towards common goals. Now, if they are fighting gender-based violence, they will all fight it together and therefore fight it much faster, right? These political parties will be united by what we call the CIA or Common Ideology Agreement, which is a document that they will sign saying that they agree to a certain and common set of values, right? Now, another thing with our policy is that with this coalition government, there will be greater representation of minority groups. Now, different parties represent different people. For example, DA may be thought of as a representative of those who hate corruption, or rather the corruption that they seem to that they claim is in the EFF and ANC, right? Those are the typical people we see that support the DA. Now the DA represents these people. And now if we have a coalition government, these parties will represent many other people because each party is coming with its own set of people that it is representing. Now this shows that there's greater representation of these minority groups. Now, I say this because it has been a key point of DA's campaign for years. Now, so if different campaigns represent people with different beliefs and these different parties lead the many minority groups that are represented, you will have unity and a better government. Now, our coalition government will be all this and better. My first speaker already criticized the current state and current processes used by the coalition governments today, which their fourth speaker totally denied. My fourth speaker said that coalition governments cause political instability, which affects foreign exchange. That is something we said. Now, the proposition chose to ignore the valid point that we posed. Now, with our coalition government, there will be no conflict since everyone signed the common ideology agreement. And these parties will be accountable to the body that will oversee them, making sure that there is progress, there is accountability, and there is integrity. What better government can you get? You have a government that represents many people, a government that is peaceful, and a government where solutions will be made faster since everyone has common goals and values. Now, we gave a solution. Not only did we criticize how they currently work, we gave a solution and therefore fulfilled what we were supposed to do within this debate, which was criticize how they currently work and say how should they work. Now, the proposition has failed in their debates because all they said only supports us. They say that these coalition governments will allow many people to speak and many people to have a say. This is the same thing we are saying. This is our government, but ours will be better. Thank you.
Thank you. You may rise and bow. Thank you. We are at the end of the semifinals. We will request that we give them 5 minutes in preparation to so that the deputy chairperson of committees can come forward and make the announcement for the semifinals and moving forward. I hope what we are doing here, it will be in our memories, in our minds, and we will be able to assist. There is much that one can reflect on, but I'm glad that we are being guided by you, the future of tomorrow. As I've indicated, we will give them 5 minutes, and then they will hand it over to Deputy Chair to come and do an announcement. After the announcement, we will be preparing for the finals, but we will go for lunch. Our lunch was supposed to start now at 4 for only 20 minutes so that we can come back so that 5 o'clock we are done. Safe to say that I'm definitely sure that all of us, we are aware and informed about the institution that is hosting the event today. I've indicated that the legislature is the parliament of the province. One of the mandate is public participation. I'm glad that the two teams, I'm glad that the learners here, they do understand our function. We are here with the Deputy Chairperson of committees responsible for public participation as one of the cornerstone of democracy. Under public participation, we are doing several activities. Debate competition is one of the functions in order to achieve public participation as mandated by the Constitution. Section 118 of the Constitution it says that we must ensure that we involve the public in everything that we are doing. One of the things that we are doing in section 114, sub 1, is the law-making process. We are doing the laws in the legislature that are going to govern the province. In the process of lawmaking, we are involving the public. As section 114 sub 2, it says oversight. We are providing oversight. What is oversight is monitoring and evaluation. We are providing monitoring and evaluation over the government. Who is the government? The Gauteng provincial government. We are the legislative authority. We ensure that we do the laws. We monitor the government in fulfilling, in implementing their laws. And then when we move for the fourth function of the legislature, we are doing what we call cooperative governance. Cooperative governance is under Chapter 3 of the Constitution. It's where we collaborate with various stakeholders, the government, the SOEs, like the Chapter 9 institution that today we are here with the IEC, and then we have engaged the Department of Education. That's why learners are here. We are partnering in ensure that we develop the learners in terms of education, in terms of the contemporary issues that we have. You'll indicate if you are ready, adjudicators, so that we can hand it over to the presiding officer to announce only 2 schools that are moving forward. We will start at 4:30, and then we will be starting at 4:30. Please, when we come back before we come in from the lunch, we need to prepare our list of the 2 teams that are going to debate for the last final. But I'm still standing on my position. We are all winners. We are all winners. Unfortunately, the transport that we have is a 2-seater motorbike. We are only going to take 2 schools that are going there. So you'll bear with us, but I'm happy. I'm happy with the content. Okay.
Yeah, are you there? Letsatsi, are you there? Is it Pahama, are you there? I'm checking. It looks like, yeah, that's a very serious moment. Ne? And I know that it has been a long day. So let me just announce the 2, and then we've indicated that there is no loser in this. The efforts that you've put in, it's highly valuable. And then we value everybody. Now I'm going to announce the 2 schools. You'll pardon me for the pronunciation, because the way it is written, I don't know whether that's how it is. You know, the hand here, it's very, very difficult to read. Now let me read. The other school is, yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm also, yes, let me just read the 2 schools. Now I've got the energy to read the 2 schools. The first school, Carlton Jones Secondary School. Now, let me read the next school, equally, that is SG Mafalisa. Those are the schools.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You will be representing us. You will be representing us. I think the lunch is ready. Sipokolo is ready. Can you give us the direction? Where are we going? Okay. Thank you very much for your preparations, your perseverance. We are going to the finals. The two schools need to prepare their list of debaters. We are going to debate. The topic is freedom of expression versus the abuse of the right. Is that clear? Or am I speaking to the winners only? Okay, keep quiet then. Freedom of expression versus the abuse of the right. When we come back at 4:30, we will start with that topic. We will do that topic. The lunch is ready. Let's adjourn for the lunch. Thank you. DJ, you can play music. Can play music, DJ. rush home. SG Mafaisa. SG, make way please and give me your list. Sure. All right, you changed. The very same. Okay, come here. It's written like this. But, yeah, Annabelle. Why are the Annabella?
Pronunciations can differ, sir. I think that's what. Because
No, but it's written Annabelle.
Annabelle.
Or should I put A at the end?
I think you should.
Okay. Bring her here. Make way, make way. Your team must make way here. Let's make way to our seats. Please, let's make way. We're running out of time. Let's make way. There's an E at the end.
Someone wrote my name in the wrong way. Can you
So,
please-
but why are you blaming me?
No, I didn't
Because it's
know.
written wrong.
I didn't know. Can you add an A?
It's written wrong. It's not me. Now you want to charge me. Okay, you'll be on the right. Huh? Yeah, take your seat. No, they give me wrong name. Then when I'm pronouncing, she's always fighting with me.
You feel?
Yeah, I feel.
You understand?
Yeah, yeah.
You understand?
Njalo, baba. Uzobuhlungu tingathi wena wrong. Let's make way. Carlton Jones, you are going to the left. Carlton Jones will be opposing. The topic is freedom of expression versus the abuse of the right. I hope you are going to sit in sequentially. Where is Kombozo? Kombozo, make your way to the front. Is it Ray? Okay. Okay. We still have Ndipile, Owami, Ray, Amo. Okay. Mpoyentle, Annabella, Ndamulelo, Skumbuzo. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, can we be quiet? We are running out of time. Let's start our last session, the finals. Adjudicators, are you ready? Timekeeper. Over to Mpoyentle. Over to you, ma'am.
You win or lose by the way you choose. So decide to decide right. Greetings, House at Large. The one who is here is Mpoentle Nka Elang, and I'll also introduce my speakers. The second speaker from my team is Annabelle Makomoto. The third speaker is Ndamulelo Chikobi, and the fourth speaker is Kumbuzo Gabeni. Freedom of expression versus the abuse of the rights. Freedom of expression is being able to receive and impart information and ideas of your choice without interference. Abuse of the rights is the exercise of a legal right only to cause annoyance, harm, or injury to another. People can easily share trade secrets or do copyright violations as they have a freedom to do so. And also, the section 16 of the Constitution supports that. I can see that I don't like a particular company, so I'll just say the bad things about it. For example, when I don't like chicken licken, I can just buy food and then place them in my car for 5 days and then take a picture so that the chicken licken can lose people or can lose customers and a lot of money. People can give out hate speech towards other gender identities such as LGBT, which acts as violation of rights to other genders or even other races and religions. We have already saw that in our public centers like clinics and schools, they are not supporting the LGBTQ community and also the other religions. So that is the violation of the right, because people of South Africa are having a right to freedom of speech. So they think that is right because they don't experience the same thing that those people are experiencing. For example, when we are having people that believe in Illuminati in our school, we'll just violate them because we don't know why are they believing in that. So we are having a freedom of expression and taking advantage of them. As I just said on my point, that section 16 of the Constitution supports that people use their power to give out speech. For example, if we already saw that ministers of the political parties that we are voting are not giving proper services, we'll just say something about them that is bad or post in our social media the things that are inappropriate about them. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to Carlton Ndipile.
Greetings to the House at large. I'm Indipile Nakotika and I'm the first speaker of Team Opposition. The motion we have received today is freedom of expression versus the abuse of the right. Well, from what I've heard from Team Proposition, they haven't told us if they're agreeing that the abuse of the right is wrong or not. So we as Team Opposition will say that the abuse of this right is wrong. Before we even begin, let us dissect this motion properly and let me explain what freedom of expression is. Freedom of expression is a fundamental right that allows an individual to express their thoughts without the limitations of the government, essential element of a democratic society, protected by the international human rights. The abuse of this right will be applicable when one expresses their views to an extent that it infringes on another's right, hence the limitations clause in the Bill of Rights. We as Team Oppositions burden ourselves to prove how freedom of expression is important and how the abuse of this right is very much wrong. I, as first speaker, will show you how the abuse of this right is wrong and make proper elaborations so that you have a proper understanding in proper realistic situations so that you know what's going on. My second speaker will speak on the balancing of freedom of expression, the abuse of balancing of the freedom of expression and abuse of the right, distinguishing between legitimate criticism, debate, and dissent, and then the exploitation of freedom of expression. Let's talk about the other rights that are in play when you're abusing freedom of expression. Let's take this to a classroom since we as Team Opposition and Team Proposition are students. Let's talk about Thabo. Thabo decides to express his right in class. He starts to sing because he has the freedom of expression, right? He has the right to sing. But what happens when he's infringing on other students? They have the right to education, declining them of their right to listen and comprehend what's being taught to them by their teacher. And then we could also make an example about Parliament. In Parliament is actually what we can say is a perfect an example because the freedom of expression is exercised quite clearly in the sector. Let's talk about EFF expresses themselves quite very well for that matter. But what happens now when EFF is not giving other political parties chances to speak? What happens now when EFF is all rebuttal, yet they themselves, with it, as much as they're expressing their views and so forth, when you express your views must be relevant to the situation around you. Yet you come with a fight with no context at all. And then now what this does is that it comes to the point where now the limitations clause in the Bill of Rights is not being followed. They are now infringing of the rights on other political parties to follow to express the freedom of expression. I say thank you to that, and I will hand over to the team proposition. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's go over to Annabella.
Greetings to the House at large. I will be affirming to the motion that says this House believes that freedom of speech versus the abuse of right. The question is, does freedom of speech mean to freedom to offend? The Bill of Rights never elaborated on how to exercise the right of freedom of expression. I will give an example of Rufuno Mabunga, a young girl from Toyando who was bullied for 5 rand, and her perpetrator expressed herself through physical power. Is that right? Julius Malema uses vulgar language towards President Cyril Ramaphosa. Is that justified? Just because we have the right to freedom of expression doesn't mean that we have to abuse the privilege. James Madison, 1751 to 1836, the chief author of the Bill of Rights, with an aim of self-fulfillment, the right to express one's thoughts and to communicate freely. Examples of this are violations of private life, defamation, hate speech, obscenity, pornography, public order, and national security classified information. It's not just what you say, it's why you say it and why I'm listening. That also contributes to freedom of speech. The law protects free speech, but then it also has terms and regulations on how to use it. People can easily share trade secrets or do copyright violations as they have the freedom to do so, and this is considered to sometimes have a bad impact on a particular company or person or organization. The reason why most South Africans abuse the privilege of having freedom of expression is because they look at the times of apartheid when they never had rights. But then this is a new generation where we live in a democratic country. We are not at apartheid right now. I thank you.
Thank you, Annabella. Let's move to Owamo.
Greetings to the House at large. My name is Wamukhetu Mauto, and I am the second speaker of side opposition. Freedom of speech is a fundamental right that allows individuals to express their thoughts, opinions, beliefs, and ideas without censorship or interference. It is an essential pillar of democratic societies and enables the exchange of diverse viewpoints, fostering open dialogue and promoting social progress. The right to expression is a human right that is protected by multiple international laws. For I will say the following: international human rights law, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. In South Africa, this right is protected by the SA Constitution, which includes the Bill of Rights. This right is not absolute, and that there are limitations to how freedom of speech can be expressed, to how you can express yourself in public. We see things such as people expressing themselves, but how do we allow people to express themselves when it causes, by causing hate speech and inciting violence, meaning that they are causing violence in society and disrupting others? The choice of this right refers to the exploitation of this right, defamation and slander. I will speak now about defamation and slander. You can go on the internet and say anything you want about anybody, criticizing them, talking lies about, spreading rumors about them, talking things that are literally quite not true. And how can we allow this to be happening by allowing these people to have freedom of expression? Freedom of expression comes with its limitations, and these limitations can cause quiet and outrage. The challenge that we are faced with here is finding the right balance between freedom of expression and preventing the abuse of this right. While it is important to safeguard the right to express one's opinions and ideas, there are instances where limitations are necessary too to protect individuals and the broader society. These limitations are typically established by law and are aimed at public safety, national security, public order, health, or the rights and reputations of others. This is a crucial thing to this, is to distinguish between legitimate criticism, debate, and dissent, which all are protected forms of expression.
15.
Hate speech, incitement to violence, defamation, and harassment are examples of abusive expressions which should be subject to legal restrictions. I will leave you with a quote from former US President Barack Obama. Freedom of speech is not absolute. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater.
Thank you. Let's go to Ndamulelo.
Greetings to the House at large. Now to sum up our opposition's points. My first speaker mentioned that people who have the power to give out the hate speech about a particular group or people and violate other people's private life. Just because we have the freedom of expression, that doesn't mean we're allowed to say anything that we want to say to individuals. Just because we have the freedom of expression, that doesn't mean we should express ourselves in a way that harms other people's rights. Because if we do so, that means we are abusing the rights that we have as South Africans. My first speaker also mentioned that the LGBTQI community is abused by hate speech. We know that there are a lot of individuals here in South Africa who are overusing the freedom of expressions towards the LGBTQI community. The LGBTQI community has been facing a lot of hate speech coming from South Africans just because we think that we are better than everybody here in South Africa. The freedom of speech also comes with its own responsibilities, as we must use it in not to harm other people's rights. Now to go over to my second speaker. My second speaker mentioned that people are abusing the right of expression. We know this is correct. I myself have the power right now to express myself in whatever way I feel, even though it offends you. That is not right. We should be using this law as civilized humans. We should not be using this law to infringe other people. My second speaker also mentioned that, does freedom of speech means freedom to offend? No, it does not. Just because we have this right, that doesn't mean we should offend other people by using this right. We are supposed to use this right in order to express how we feel about a certain idea in a way that it doesn't hurt other people's rights. Now, my speakers also mentioned that people violate the freedom of expression to organizations and companies. We know that social media is a platform in which you can say anything about anything. Now, we are using social media in order to harm businesses, harm people, or even companies. Because I can go and post something.
1 minute.
I can go and post something about a certain individual that may lead them to doing something. There's been cases of bullying where Lena goes to social media and posts things that they're not supposed to post. Now that Lena ended up committing suicide, which means as South African, we are abusing the right that we have as freedom of expression. Things such as organizations and businesses, they can lose a lot of money and lose a lot of customers by people abusing this right. Just because as South Africans, we think that we have the right to say anything we want, but we do not. The freedom of expression comes with its own responsibilities, and we must work on inquiring them. Now, side proposition has been talking about things that do not make sense, as the side proposition has been talking about things that they are not sure of. Now, people in South Africa, I shall conclude by saying that the freedom of expression comes with its own share of responsibilities, and we should not use it by violating other people's rights. I thank you.
Gumnandi Gubala. Nice to be here. Siafunda. We are going to Ray. Over to you, sir.
Good day to the House at large.
Let's be quiet.
For this, I'd like to thank opposition for the win. Freedom of expression. As second speaker said, this right is not obsolete, meaning that you cannot stand actively and say that with this right, you want to slander someone for becoming what they feel. Question for opposition. How would you feel if today your father decided to be gay and people stood outside your gate and screamed slurs at him? With this, opposition is agreeing to bullying, years of work down the drain, because the freedom of expression is being abused. Another example is how a girl in a high school decided to express herself by accusing a fellow male student of rape, which led to the boy committing suicide. Now, for this, I am going to keep it short. Since opposition is saying that you can abuse the freedom of expression, then let me express myself by saying, today you came to lose, and you're going to lose to us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's go over to Skombuzo.
Greetings to the House at large. As I won't go further into introductions, again, as my first speaker has already done so, as I shall come to my points. The first speaker from side proposition one, from side opposition said that she talked about political parties being able to give out speeches towards other parties. That is factual. Political parties in South Africa are able to give out speeches towards to other political parties on whatever they feel about other political parties. But commonly, most particularly in political parties in South Africa, they give out speeches in which they annoy or offend other political parties. I'll make an example by this video which was trending in both in social media platforms of Julius Malema saying, I quote, saying this, and I quote saying that in South Africa, we are having potholes with the size of a nose of Ramaphosa. So you can see that he is deliberately offending someone from another political party, because how can you feel someone saying that in South Africa the potholes the size of your nose? You can see this, so they're using that kind of what does this right to offend other people. As I shall come to my point. The first speaker also said specific things which also supported us, because there are things that were said by my first speaker and were also said by the first speaker from the opposition side, which means she was basically supporting our side. Coming to my next point. The second speaker also said that it brings an exchange of ideas and more knowledge about certain things. That is factual. But remember that in South Africa, we have realized that specifically on teenagers, if ever there is a trend about what someone said about a certain thing, us as teenagers, we take it, and us as teenagers, we take it the way it is and believe on what particular person who said that. We don't think about the things which are said properly. Each and everything that is said, we just take it and not think about it further. Just like LGBTQ. If they say certain things about LGBTQ, when they are going to take it the way as they said it, by that particular person. So you can see that people are not using this right in a rightful manner. As I shall come to my next point. The second speaker also said that people are causing violence on society by this right. But actually, my friend, when you say this point, you're actually just supporting us, because when you say this is causing violence in our society, that's basically what my first speaker and second speaker and third speaker are actually saying. So you're actually supporting us, and I thank you for that. Coming to the next point. The second speaker also said that freedom of expression has limitations. Again, you're also supporting us, because that's our policy as the proposition side, because we're saying that freedom of expression must have limitations so that we cannot offend or harm other people by giving out hate speeches or doing a particular thing by using the right of freedom of expression. Coming to my next point, the second speaker also said that freedom of expression creates annoyance towards others. Again, my friend, that is what my speakers have been saying. You are simply supporting us. So, in conclusion, the whole of opposition side is just basically supporting us, and I shall thank you.
All right. Don't forget, we'll call the sergeant at arms to take you out. Don't forget. Don't forget. We'll move to Amo. Over to you, sir.
Now, for the first two debates, I had no words, and I did say that I'm a poet. But for this one, I will say, we came, we saw, and we conquered. Now, this hall is filled with debate teams, right? So I'm guessing you understand how a motion works. With the motion, the agree side is supposed to support the motion, and the disagree side is supposed to be against this motion. With this, the agree side, with this motion, the agree side was supposed to support freedom of speech, and with our side, we are supposed to be against it. Let me give you an example. In a motion where they would say that prostitution is wrong, the agree side would support the statement, and the disagree side would be against it. The disagree side is us in this case. Now, going into this debate, seeing that you have been lost and have been debating for us, and I thank you for giving us a beautiful speech on how our speech wins. Now, freedom of expression allows people to express opinions, ideas, statements without consequences, right? Now, we disagree with this because it causes hate speech, it incites violence. If someone is saying something bad about you, you would want to fight with that person. Well, I would not. I do not fight, but there are people who would. This has caused many violent situations and fights in our country, right? Now, it also dirties the idea of human dignity. We have a country. South Africa speaks about diversity and unity, but the core of South Africa is love. That's what Nelson Mandela wanted. But is it love if freedom of speech is causing hate speech and hate between people? No, I do not believe so. Now, South Africa is a nation of peace, and this directly goes against it, and that is why we disagree with freedom of speech, which is what we were supposed to do in the first place, and not you. So, I guess, welcome to the team. So now, Proposition also speaks about the LGBTQI community, right? Which is a group of people that identify as other genders. When they spoke about this, I smiled because these are the very victims of freedom of expression. People believe that they can express themselves however they want against these people, and that is why these people are abused within our country. Right, now moving on.
1 minute.
This is a disease in our nation. We have comedians who make a living of insulting others. Yes, it is funny when you are not the target, but when you are the target, you have someone on television, on a national platform, insulting you, disgracing you, exposing your insecurities, and treating you like rubbish. Is that the nation that we want? No. My team believes not, and that is why we are against freedom of speech. Right? This is not what Nelson Mandela wanted. Now, the opposition said that just because we have it does not mean that we should abuse it. This is a direct quote, and this proves that they have supported us in the entire debate. Opposition debates for us. This issue is important, and its importance is proven by the support from the opposition. Now, with this abuse allowed as it currently
15.
is, we will go from living in a united country to living in an emotional hell with three demons, namely insults, vulgar and defamation. That is what we believe. We say that freedom of speech should be done away with or further limited. There have been too many suicides,
Thank
tears
you.
shed.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can you rise and bow? Thank you. Sorry. 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 We are waiting for that moment of truth. I don't know which truth did you get, because we are about to get the truth. So let's park there. Adjudicators are still busy. We will allow DJ to play 2 songs. Then, but safe to say that I'm glad because we've been in Tshwane, Ekurhuleni and Johannesburg, and then our relationship was not good there because of the moment you get lost, you lose. The relationship becomes sour. So I'm glad here other schools are teaming up with other schools, are supporting each other. You'll be going to you'll be going to the finals. You need to support each other. So are we done? Done. Okay. Thank you very much for your preparations. Thank you very much. We appreciate your acceptance to participate in the activity. We'll hand it over to the Deputy Chairperson of Committee to announce the winner, and then we'll take it from there. Over to you, Deputy Chair. A round of applause, please. Don't forget that. Let's be quiet, ne? Okay, thank you. No problem.
I'm checking because.
Yes, you're also, because you do that.
Yeah, let me start by apologizing. We can't keep you up until this time. And then as a legislature, we are out of order. Because you're supposed to be at home doing your homeworks. And I know others, you have got the school transport. And those are the things that we've been noting. But you'll have to indicate to our team, if we have a problem with transport or whatever, indicate so that we are able to assist you. I know it's something that cannot be condoned, and we have to condemn it at all costs. But thank you very much for being so patient. And again, I must really thank you in many ways. Your active participation. You have engaged robustly. And if you look at the last debate, you have pitched the standard. You have put it so high. I don't know who's going to get into your shoes. Because, and that's what you want. Because you must go higher and higher. So it's our wish, our noblest wish. And you have to keep it up. And keep the momentum up until the end of the year. So that your results, you must pass with flying colors. And we wish you, and obviously it's going to happen. You have shown that determination. I don't want to hold you long. I'll just leave you with a Latin phrase or Latin word, just to say, dedicatio et fecunditas. That is dedication and productivity. You have shown very well that when you really dedicate yourself, you'll be where these people are. I want really to thank you, express our sincere appreciation, so that I don't hold you long. Now, lastly, is the winner is. And you are all winners. Let me tell you why. I know we have Ntate Dumisani, Soli, all of them. They are going to take care of you. You know in which way? We have got the sector parliament. And I hope you're going to involve them in the sector parliament. Is that the youth or the children?
Children.
you are going to be involved in the children sector parliament. So there's no school, all the schools that participated, you are going to be selected and participate in the sector parliament, where you are going to be honorable members. You'll be calling order in the house. And some of you are going to be speakers. Ne? You'll be there presiding as a speaker. And you're going to debate. They're going to give you some topics. And that is a sector parliament, children sector parliament. So you're going to participate. But now, just for today, the winner is Carlton Jones.
Deputy Chief? All right, okay. All right. All right. Okay. Let's, sorry. Don't forget that, yeah. Don't forget that we are going to the province. So SG Mafaiso and Carltonville are going to the province. Okay, all right. We are going to request each school, those 6 learners, to come at the front to make a photo, take a photo with a deputy chairperson. Come forward.